A very warm welcome to everybody to our council meeting of the 31st of May. If we could all please stand for our opening karakia. Oh, did I say May?
Yes. Yeah.
July. Te tawa mai runga, tu tawa mai ngaro, tu tawa mai roto, tu tawa mai wapu, kia tau mai te mauri tū, te mauri ora, ki te katoa, oye, tā ie. Just a reminder that this meeting is being live streamed on Council's Facebook page. We do have a very full agenda ahead of us, so I will try and keep us moving through that. We don't have apologies, but just welcoming Councillor Bogue, who is with us online. Are there any conflicts of interest? We do have a public forum today, so I would like to give a very warm welcome to Daniel Beattie, Annabelle Taylor and Yvonne Lorcan, who are here representing the Eastern Screen Alliance. And I'll invite you to join us at the front here for your presentation. Welcome.
Morning everybody. Daniel Beattie Tukawengawa and I'm the current chair of Eastern Screen Alliance, and we're here today to tell you a little bit about who we are and give you an update on some of the future progressions for our organisation. So we are the Regional Film Office here based in Hawke's Bay, and really our aim is to build a thriving screen industry within the region. We were established in 2012 as Film Hawke's Bay by Tessie Tyler, and Patrick Sherritt then shifted that to the Eastern Screen Alliance. Our role is to represent local government to capture national opportunities for the screen industry coming into our region. And we have a lot of relationships built already through the New Zealand Film Commission, Script to Screen, guilds and other agencies that we work very closely with. So we basically champion, enable and inspire the production of feature films, short films, documentaries, televisions, but we diversify into gaming as well, commercial work, and also a really broad range of screen opportunities. These days, content, social media is massive, so we support that as well. We also sort of provide local filmmakers with inspiration to create their work, and we provide them with resources and skills and opportunities to upskill throughout. But more importantly, at a local government level, we also support the development of protocols and systems so that we can ensure that when a big feature film comes into our region, that those systems are established. So we'll talk a little bit more about that a little bit later on. And we also work really hard to capture those opportunities to come into our region. A really important shift for us is that we will be moving away from the name of Eastern Screen Alliance. This has come from our national membership with the Regional Film Offices of New Zealand, and also because it was identified to us by Screen Tairāwhiti that actually they felt like being called Eastern Screen Alliance meant that we sat within their region. So that actually strengthened our relationship with Gisborne, and so we've now shifted to the name of Screen Hawke's Bay. So Screen Hawke's Bay will be our regional film office, and our priorities there is really to work with you. So that is for us to capture these opportunities, it's for us to build systems and protocols that we are all happy with, and it's also to create a broad range of partnerships both locally and nationally to ensure that we can build this together. We will also be creating a charitable trust called Screen Central, because with Screen Central it enables us to continue our community work. So we have a broad range of filmmakers based in our region, and so we do events, we do networking, we do screenings, and we also provide a broad range of skill-based workshops to support them as well. So why does the region need us? Because basically we are linked in to an international network of regional film offices, which we all work together to create being film friendly for local government as we get those opportunities coming into our region. A big part of our role is trying to bring people here, to show them what we have. So we work a lot alongside tourism, we work a lot alongside local government to sort of capture those. I'm just going to quickly race through some of the things that we've achieved over the last wee while. You'll see there on the right-hand side, all of these films have been made here in Hawke's Bay over the past 3 to 4 years. And I know that a number of you have come and seen those at public or private viewings, which we really appreciate your support. The biggest thing that we have done is we've now finished creating some screen protocols, which was funded by Hastings District Council, but we've built them at a regional level. And we would now like the opportunity to start connecting with some of the council officers here in Napier to ensure that what we have in those protocols works for local government. We've also just about completed a production guide, and this production guide is a bit like our, it's like a gift to give, to showcase our region and what we can do for a film coming into our region. It's a beautiful, glossy document which showcases our region at its best. We also have a number of databases which we've been able to provide, which whenever a film or anyone contacts us, they say, what crew do you have? What opportunities do you have within our region? We have built a really beautiful website which enables us to shift from Eastern Screen Alliance to Screen Hawke's Bay, and we'd like to talk a little bit more closely with some of the council officers about how we can position that website to best service the opportunity for our region. This also, it's kind of like the shop front for producers and directors who are based not obviously either overseas or nationally. They can come in and see what we have. A big part of what we do is we create locations galleries. So what we often hear internationally is that New Zealand is very well known for rivers, lakes, mountains, oceans. We all know that that's a part of what's seen in film. But what we've done is broken that up into further opportunities which we know films are asking for. As an example, we're hosting a filmmaker this weekend called Ant Tipson into our region, who is looking to bring a piece of work here, and he is after an old homestead. So we have a number of those in our region, which is fantastic, and we're on a tour of all of those this weekend, which will be amazing. We've also managed to capture the attention of Number 8 Studios being built here in Hawke's Bay, and that is back on the table, and I think it's very important for you to know as councillors. And if you wish to talk about that, I'm sure that we could organise another time to come back and talk very specifically about the studios. We also provide a broad range of events. We've built a number of partnerships. We facilitate recce's and famils, bringing people into our region without you knowing on a regular basis. And really, we're committed to capturing work to get them into the region. So who benefits from the work that we do? Everyone. Local government, local business, hospitality and tourism. Yes, for crew and actors that are based here. I'm sick and tired of travelling around New Zealand or the world to do my work. I'd much prefer to have it here in Hawke's Bay. And of course, there's a really broad range of local businesses and or people in our region with transferable skills that can come into the film industry quite easily. We know that New Zealand's film sector generates about $3.5 billion annually, and there's about 16,000 to 20,000 people who work within the region. Just as an example, we know Wellington contributed $1.2 billion to the regional economy just in film. What we want to do is we want to increase the visibility of Hawke's Bay as a tourist destination, but also we want to capture a percentage of that $3.5 billion coming into our region. Even if we aimed to get 0.5% over a period of time, the amount of money that it could produce and bring a new industry into our region is massive. And that's our aim. So what do we need from local government? And this is not specifically towards Napier City Council, but what I do want to acknowledge is that this is from all councils that we will be working with as part of what we want to achieve. So to maintain our membership of the Regional Film Offices of New Zealand, we need to have a bit of funding to support us with that. We also believe that to make things much more accessible for local government and also to fit in with what happens not only nationally and internationally, is there is a film app which is actually a one-off cost that if we can purchase that app, international films can actually apply to come into our region utilising that app very, very easily. We have had a number of presentations from the people that have developed that over time, and I think it's a very strong thing for us to do moving forward. We'd also like to invite Napier City Council to have a presence on our board so that you understand what it is that we're trying to achieve moving forward. A big part of what we do as well within film is we try to provide incentives to capture work into our region. And as an example, Christchurch put an incentive in place over the last 3 years. And believe it or not, every domestic project in New Zealand has been filmed in Christchurch over the past 2 years because of the small amount of donation that's going forward into those productions. So if that is something that we can talk about from a regional perspective, it makes it incredibly attractive to capture those productions coming into our region. And lastly, you all have access to a really broad range of businesses, partnerships, and opportunities that are in our region that we don't know about. And so when we actually host producers and directors into the region, and we're sort of exploring how we can bring their film to us, we'd really like to be able to talk to you about that, because there might be opportunities that we can provide them that we didn't know we could have done in that opportunity. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much. Yes, I open up for any questions from councillors. No. And I think it would be really valuable to get you back again at some stage to talk about the number 8 studio opportunities and how we can support you with that moving forward. But thank you to all three of you. We appreciate your time today. It's great to have a better understanding of Eastern Screen Alliance, or Screen Hawke's Bay as you are soon to be known, and of course how we can work alongside you. So you had some specific asks there which we will take some action points from, so that we can progress those conversations in the very near future. So,
Thank you. That's great, and we're very easy to get hold of. So you can, email us or call us anytime to chat. This would be great.
We really appreciate the time this morning.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Announcements from myself. I wanted to take the time today to acknowledge our Deputy Mayor, who, as I think you're all aware, recently won the LGNZ Superhuman or Tukaha Award, but we haven't had the opportunity to acknowledge that within our space. So please just be patient with me for a moment, because I am going to read out part of the nomination that I submitted. I won't read it all because it is 5 pages long, but I'm going to take some snippets to share with you, which I think you'll all see clearly demonstrates why she took out the only individual award at this year's Local Government New Zealand Conference. It is with great pride and deep admiration that I nominate Deputy Mayor Annette Brosnan for the LGNZ Superhuman Tukaha Award. Annette is an extraordinary elected member who consistently goes above and beyond to serve and uplift her community. Her actions are grounded in empathy, resilience, and a clear vision for a better, fairer future for all. In her 12 years with Napier City Council, Annette has held several roles, including 2 terms as Deputy Mayor, Chair of the Future Napier Committee, Chair of the Hearings Committee, Chair of the CE Contract Committee, and is responsible for the Climate Change and Coastal Hazards portfolio. Across all of these roles, Annette exemplifies the very essence of what it means to be an outstanding leader. As a connector and facilitator, she has a rare ability to bring together diverse groups, residents, mana whenua, business owners, rangatahi and council teams, to foster partnerships that drive meaningful progress. Her collaborative spirit has been instrumental in uniting voices across the region, ensuring that everyone has a place at the table. An innovative thinker, Annette challenges the status quo with practical, forward-thinking solutions that have led to enduring positive change. She embraces new ideas and technologies to enhance council services and community wellbeing, always striving to deliver better outcomes for all. Annette is a true enabler who transforms vision into reality with tenacity and heart. She follows through on initiatives with unwavering commitment, ensuring that good intentions are matched by tangible results. A powerful voice amplifier, she listens deeply to all community members, especially to those who are often unheard. She creates inclusive spaces where everyone feels seen, respected, and valued, ensuring that council decisions reflect the diverse needs and aspirations of the people she serves. Above all, Annette exceeds expectation. Her passion and tireless work ethic inspire those around her and make a profound difference to the lives of our community members. Her legacy is visible not only in completed projects, but in the trust, hope, and empowerment she fosters. Annette's leadership has been pivotal in several landmark projects which clearly demonstrate her strength across all the criteria that were required for this award. As a connector and facilitator, her leadership in the Te Aka Maranga Civic Precinct project is a shining example of her ability to unite diverse voices behind a common purpose. As chair of the Governance Committee, she has led from the front, overseeing the work of the Independent Advisory Board, the Program Board, Tender Evaluation and Design teams, and council officers. An innovative thinker, as the council's portfolio lead for environment, climate change and coastal hazards, Annette has tackled some of the most pressing challenges facing our region. Her dedication to long-term resilience and sustainability is unmatched. An active enabler, Annette's vision and pragmatism were also central to the creation of the Ahuriri Regional Park, a groundbreaking environmental and cultural restoration project. Partnering with Hawke's Bay Regional Council and Mana Ahuriri, Annette led efforts to reimagine the use of industrial zoned land into a living, breathing park that filters and polishes stormwater before it reaches the estuary. Her leadership helped secure joint governance and multi-agency buy-in, transforming a regulatory challenge into a beacon of ecological innovation. A voice amplifier. The restoration of the War Memorial Centre remains one of Annette's most emotionally resonant contributions. When the memorial elements were removed during refurbishment, the community response was one of deep hurt. Annette listened and worked alongside community members to restore our beautiful memorial. An expectation exceeder. Annette's impact extends beyond high-profile projects. Her deep understanding of local policy, especially the District Plan Review, has helped shape sustainable and forward-thinking council decisions. Known affectionately as the Master of Motions, her command of council process and procedure is respected by all. A talented poker player, she brings her poker face to the council table and is a force to be reckoned with in strategic debates. So in closing, Annette embodies the spirit of the superhuman Tukaha Award, a genuine giver, enabler and doer who lifts her community in meaningful and lasting ways. Her leadership has touched every corner of our city, and her impact will be felt for generations. As such, it is my honour to nominate her for this prestigious award. She is, in every sense, a superhuman, one who strengthens the fabric of our community by simply being who she is, strong, kind, and utterly committed to the greater good. show everybody the beautiful tonga that Annette was presented with on the awards night, which unfortunately we only get to keep for a year. They're going to make you. Yes, right. And Annette has very kindly brought this up to Cape View, so it's on display for everybody to enjoy. But I did want to represent it today, just as we unfortunately are going to be saying farewell to you soon, but honouring this incredible achievement for you today.
I didn't realise the Mayor was going to do that, and so as I didn't actually expect to win the award that evening as well, it was incredibly humbling. I think it's, as someone described, a little bit of a mic drop moment to go out winning your industry's top individual award. So as you were reading that, I got up a section of my speech and I thought it would be appropriate for me to respond with the most emotional part of the speech that I gave to the room. There were several hundred people in it, so it was quite a daunting experience in itself to go up there. But I'll just read a very short section of that, seeing as I've been taken off guard. I didn't prepare anything different. I was never an academic, a sports star or an artist or a performer. Growing up, being dyslexic, I always fell a little short, never sure of what my gift was, and I certainly never saw myself as someone who would win awards. So as it turns out, this was my very first. Local government helped me find my gift, using words, processes, and my special brand of polarising assertiveness to bring people together, to build a standard, to hold people to account, and to get good things done. It turns out my mum was right, arguing the point really was my calling. In this mahi, I have learned how to listen. I've learned when to speak up, and I've learned that doing the right thing is almost never the easy thing. So I was proud of all the things that was part of the nomination. Our war memorial, because memories matter, our Ahuriri Regional Park, because nothing is more intergenerational than our taio, and our civic precinct, because partnership and people must be more than words. These aren't just projects, they're about healing, about building trust, and about choosing the future over the easy political option. Our kind of leadership isn't about being a hero, it's about giving power and purpose to others. So, and I thanked everyone for the award, so thank you very much. I did not expect to have that, and I appreciate all of you, and I appreciate the gift that has been serving this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, so we'll move on now to announcements by management.
None.
None. Confirmation of the minutes of the meeting held on Monday, the 21st of July. If I could have a mover and seconder. Thank you, Councillor Gregg. Councillor Price. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Do we have...
Excuse me, sorry, I have a minor matter.
I was just about to ask, Councillor
sorry.
Bullock, do we have any minor matters not on the agenda?
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Let's see if I can put my video on. The minor matter is concerning homelessness. I have some questions that I'd like answered at future meetings.
Thank you, Maxine. We will pop that down for discussion at the end of the open session.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move into our agenda items, and first up we have the Council Projects Fund and the Summer Festival Production Accountability Update. So a welcome to Margot, and also a very warm welcome to Anna Pirard from Festival Opera, who is here to speak to the report.
Good morning, Morena. Morena, and thank you for the opportunity to let Anna, and I'd also like to introduce Alice Sipp. She's also part of Festival Opera, and she's come along today to also speak to the project that they did. I just want to say before we start that I see this as the closing of a loop. When we did the review of our funding framework, it was very much around accountability and being transparent, and I see this as an excellent way of being transparent, where we have groups that you've funded through the Council Projects Fund who are now coming back to Council. Our public will also be able to see it in this forum and hear about some of the work that's going on and some of the great and I think they've got some exciting announcements to make as a result of some of this funding. So I'm really happy that we've got the opportunity to do this today. So I'll hand over to them.
Thank you, Margot. Sorry to obscure you, Alice. I like to keep things a bit fun, so I said to Alice this morning that she'd need to speak because the last time I presented to council, I cried, because that seems to be what I do when I care about something. So I think it's probably a good opportunity for us to just recognise that Festival Opera, so Alice and I are both directors of Festival Opera, and Festival Opera originated in Napier, Ahuriri Napier, 13 years ago. So you are part of our story, and Napier City Council has, and the community has enabled our success. See, I'm starting already. Can I just sing, please? I'll hand over.
Morning, everyone. As Anna and Margot said, I'm Alice Sipp, and I'm the co-director of Festival Opera alongside Anna. I have not got the history of 13 years with Festival Opera. It's really new to me. And I'm actually a Hastings girl, which we won't hold that against me this morning. I came into Festival Opera about 2.5 years ago alongside Anna, who basically wanted to invite someone in who's got a background in music. My background is classical music. I have done a viola degree, studied overseas, and I played with the NZSO before deciding that actually I wanted to turn my mind to business, which normally the arts and business don't really go together, but somehow I've managed to work both the right and left side of my brain in some form of degree. And so I came in 2.5 years ago with the idea that Festival Opera was already on a trajectory of 13 years based in Napier, bringing young kids through this opera program, and then where can we go from there? The history of Festival Opera in itself, which was the recipient of the grant last year over summer, actually is sort of the performance ground of another program which is called Project Prima Volta, which I'm sure that many are familiar with. Takes young students in high school and now younger and teaches them to sing. The slogan used to be finding voices, shaping futures, which has now changed to your voice has power. The essence of the entire program is that we put these kids into an after-school program weekly, and they learn to find their voice through opera, through community of their peers, through discipline, through high-level and high-pressure performance, which is culminated on stage through Festival Opera, a separate organisation, which is actually for the purpose of presenting regional opera, high-level regional opera in Napier inside of the Art Deco Festival. But more than that, it takes these kids and it puts them on stage alongside professional artists who we bring in from all over the world, and we tell them that they need to stand front and centre, they need to sing, they need to be under the lights, they need to wear a costume that they don't particularly like, they need to wear a full face of makeup, and by the way, someone's paying for their ticket to listen to you. And I think that what happens is that these kids get this opportunity and they absolutely thrive. We're not really, in this organisation, we're not out to create opera singers, and that's not what it's ever really been about. That has been what has happened. And I'm sure many of you were at the presentation last month with Emmanuel Whanote-Famoano, who has now been accepted into the Academy in the Royal Opera House in London, actually has come through the PPV program, deciding to just get in the car with his brother, eventuating in this incredible career that has gone through PPV, Festival Opera, the likes of Tanzos, which is an opera studio established by Dame Malvina Major. He's sung in New Zealand opera, and then he's ended in the Royal Opera House. He's actually never studied overseas, which talks to the ecosystem of opera inside of Aotearoa. I think that a pivotal moment for me was coming in as stage director for Romeo and Juliet, which is a role I've never done before, but I like to boss people around, so I'm happy to be in it. my new tagline is going to be polarising assertiveness, actually, which was a good one. But I'm standing on the side of the stage, and as we're packing into the Napier Municipal Theatre, I hear Claire de Lune being played on the piano. And I knew that we needed to test the mics of the piano, so that's fine, but who on earth is able to play Debussy's Claire de Lune? Because I knew who was in the room, and it was myself and Anna and Jose and some of the stage hands that I had brought with me, and also some of my employees from an event hire company I have. And in my mind, I'm thinking, who can possibly play Claire de Lune? And I walk around the corner and I see a young man, Wiremu, who is sitting at the piano playing Claire de Lune. And Wiremu is interesting. He came into PPV from a pilot project, and he went to Mangateretere School because basically he was exiled from all other schools, and that was the school where he landed. He has got alcohol fetal syndrome, and he's got diagnosed ADHD. He has a brilliant head of hair and a very polarising mullet, and he is extremely quiet and very softly spoken. And there he was sitting at the piano playing Claire de Lune, and I thought in my head, how on earth is this happening? And I said to him afterwards, Wiremu, how did you learn Claire de Lune? I knew he hadn't had piano lessons, and he said, I just listened to it and then I played it. And I learnt it, and I thought, this is exactly why this program exists, because we're finding these kids who can play Claire de Lune without having a single lesson of music and putting them on stage and giving them their voice to sing opera. I think that for me, that particular moment, and now actually I know Wiremu more than that because he came through that opera season, and actually now he's my employee, and he puts that same dedication into his job that he has put onto the opera stage, which is really my point of why we're not out here to just produce opera singers. Really, it's more about the fact that these kids now have this confidence to perform under pressure. They're disciplined, they can think clearly when there is pressure on them, and they go into all sorts of environments post Festival Opera and PPV and are able to perform in those environments, even just in a corporate world. The grant last year came at a point of significance for us, because I don't need to explain to everyone the effects of 2 years of COVID and Cyclone Gabrielle, but Festival Opera really felt that we were not able to access any of the funding post-Gabrielle, and Gabrielle actually came on the dress rehearsal of the opening night of Magic Flute, and so we were shut down instantly and not able to deliver a season of which had about a $500,000 budget, which made us actually, and we had to sort of continue with our contracts for that. So 2 years later, we're still feeling the effects of that and wondering how and where and what we're doing with this organisation. I was recently in a meeting with Creative New Zealand, and Anna said that there are some people who stand in a corner, and when they're backed into a corner, they either turn around and they sort of drop and they cower, or they turn around and they look out and say, how do we get out of this situation? Unfortunately, both of Anna and I are the latter, and we want to know how we get out of a situation. And so the discussion of the opera just been in February was, how do we go back to our roots and make what all of this is about? And we decided to present an opera that actually just only had youth on stage. The Project Prima Volta, with 13 years of history, actually we now have singers who have been through the program, Anna, like Emmanuel or like Samuel McKeever, who are singing with New Zealand Symphony Orchestra and gone on to do this career. So we knew that we actually had a cast of a high level, and we would be able to present an opera to an audience who is used to a professional standard and not disappoint them. And so that's exactly what we did. So for the first time in the Festival Opera history, we presented an opera that only had youth on stage. There are a couple of nominal elderly figures, like Anna's dad, and a couple of community members who we needed to kind of, have a couple of grey hairs in there, but otherwise it was a youth opera on stage. It's quite unique. It's definitely unique in New Zealand, but it's also unique worldwide. Very rarely do kids get this opportunity to sing these roles, develop these roles inside of opera, and then go on to have a career. And it was that moment where we had the success of those productions. We invited key stakeholders to the operas from all around New Zealand, that we realised that actually this is really important, that it's really important to take these youth and give them the opportunity. As part of Festival Opera, we have these PPV grads. It's very exclusive to PPV. That's in the Constitution. I consistently have people knocking on my inbox, their peers, saying, how do I get to do this? How can I be part of this? From Auckland, from Christchurch, from Wellington, studying music. Can we be on stage alongside these kids? And really they can't, because that's what Festival Opera is for. It's for PPV. And so this last year we have decided that actually, based in the city that we have always been based, we would actually like to launch a national youth opera company. It's going to be called National Youth Opera Aotearoa. We want to take the 13 years of history of festival opera and PPV and actually open that up to a national level. There are so many students who are not able to have these opportunities, this role development to be on stage at a critical point of their career, and they are not able to experience being under lights because actually other regions don't get that opportunity. Napier is unique in what we are offering these kids on a stage in opera. And so actually we want to keep the base here, but we want to open it up and we want to create a program that then now invites the national level of opera singers through a chorus program and a young artist program to come into Napier more than once a year and present opera and hone their skills and develop what they're doing as youth in opera. It's been supported by the Dame Malvina Major Foundation. We know that Creative New Zealand are interested in the work that we're doing. So we have partners who know what we're doing and support it with a history of 13 years of doing exactly this, but really just opening the net to a wider range of students. The biggest thing for us was a meeting with New Zealand Opera, who, when we talked about what are their needs, they said that really when all of these students come and they sing in New Zealand Opera, that they're not prepared, they don't know the etiquette, they've never been on stage, they crack under the pressure. And actually, so New Zealand Opera prefers the students that have come through PPV and Festival Opera because they have all of these skills. They can walk on stage and nothing terrifies them. So thank you so much for allowing us to present today. I think the future of where we're heading is extremely bright. We are dedicated to keeping it in Napier and hosting it in Napier where the roots of this organisation are, but really excited to welcome a national level of young opera singers into the region and more than once a year be able to present an opera in our community. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you. And what a beautiful sort of wrap up of what you've been doing over the past couple of years as you sort of move forward post Cyclone Gabrielle. Really appreciate it. I will just quickly check if there's any questions. Councillor Gregg.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. Just a question about the financials. In terms of putting on a show, it's obviously a very expensive exercise. Where do you source your funding?
So we have, for Festival Opera, we have a mixture of government funding and through gaming charities, and by that I include lotteries and Creative New Zealand that are both funded through the lotteries, and private donors, and we have about 2% business sponsorship. So that is really not something that we spend a lot of time courting as business sponsors because the value measure that we use to quantify what we contribute to the community is often not aligned to what businesses can be looking for sometimes. So not a lot of corporate, just for your information. Yeah.
Thank you once again. I think we're truly blessed to have PPV Festival Opera and this new initiative that you're about to launch right here in our hometown of Ahuriri. So thank you for all that you do for our rangatahi and the benefits that has for our wider community. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with the officer's recommendation we have in front of us is to receive the report titled Council Projects Fund Summer Festival Production Accountability Update. Could I have a mover and seconder? Thank you, Councillor Crown and Councillor Simpson. Would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, just quickly, thank you, Madam Mayor. As you said, the work that Anna and her team do out in Alice is incredibly impactful for our young people, but also our region. The richness that it provides to people when they're wanting to experience or interact with the arts, and I think for the money that we provide them with through the fund, that's a really sensible investment. They do a heck of a lot more with that money in that area than we possibly ever could. So I think it's a really smart thing to do, and it's a real joy to see them develop and for this new national opportunity to come forward as well. So it's great to see the development.
Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, yes, just to support the words of Councillor. I think what this is a bigger picture result. We're lucky to have such a quality presenter for our first feedback in our new grants program scheme, and I think it demonstrates the accountability we're asking for people who receive grants to come front face with us and explain to the community how they've invested the funds that we've gifted them to expand their activities and support our community.
Any further speakers? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to CCTV monitoring. Luke, welcome.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Just get straight into it then.
Right into it.
Obviously, the purpose of this report today coming off the back of the workshop that we did around this CCTV monitoring and the level of service currently offered by Napier Assist. We've also been engaging, obviously, with stakeholders and working with them closely and listening to what their concerns are around crime and safety and other matters concerning the community at this point in time. So the purpose of the report is to obviously propose a temporary change of the level of service that we're currently offering by Napier Assist. This change would involve the introduction of a nighttime monitoring service that we could establish quite quickly. I'll talk in more detail about the options shortly, but that temporary change would see us utilising the existing staff that we have within the team. This temporary arrangement will remain in place until such time as a preferred long-term option has been determined, and obviously undertaking a review of funding matters as part of Council's financial strategy for the long-term plan. The report also seeks to gain your direction on a preferred ongoing level of service for Napier Assist, and also to inform obviously that would be informed by the funding considerations for the future. So as far as the background, Napier Assist have been operating for 3 years. In this time, with current data that we've received from the police, we've seen over the last 2 years a 12% increase in crime in the city. Obviously, we see a lot that's happening down Emerson Street, semi-regularly, and obviously we've been dealing with the retailers, Napier City Business Inc. and the police around those matters. We have recently increased the number of CCTV cameras. That's actually a piece of work that we're doing at the moment. Within Emerson Street, 12 additional cameras have been installed there as like an immediate response. We have, as part of the workshop and the work we're doing with police, we identified an opportunity to link up with police and be provided, we provided a link of our live feed from our cameras to the police's V-Grid system. That's a nationwide system that they've established, and it allows them to have live access to our cameras, and whilst not monitored 24/7, they have the ability to, if there's an event or a situation occurring, they can log on and see what our cameras see in real time. So that is actually now underway. That work has started. The funding has been provided or covered by police for that, so it's at no cost to council. I also note that Hastings District Council also undertake overnight monitoring. They utilise a dedicated team, and that is funded by ratepayers and also subsidised by a targeted rate to the CBD. Some of the issues that we identified through the workshop and the work we've done on this service level offering was what would be required as far as funding, and as a result of a temporary change and also the preferred long-term option that you'll be considering. There's also a local government act process that must be followed in order to consider who the service is benefiting, and then also how it should be funded. To talk about the options now, obviously option one is to retain the existing staff numbers, which are 9 FTE, and utilise those or that team to provide overnight monitoring. That would be something that we can adapt, dependent upon feedback that we receive from retailers and the police. And we'd be looking to reduce our daytime service level offering as far as the number of Napier Assist that you would see out on the street throughout the day, to cover that nighttime shift. There are some disadvantages with that, and that would be, the subsequent effects of reducing those daytime staff numbers. The daytime patrol that the guys do through town obviously does have an impact. That visibility, is a deterrent at times. They also engage quite significantly with our homeless and the retailers as well on a daily basis. Option B is to consider a increase in the number of FTE to 12. So that would be 3 additional full-time staff for the purpose of maintaining the current service level offering throughout the day and also covering that overnight monitoring. Obviously, the benefits to that are that we continue to offer that same service that we do at the moment, which has seen a real impact, a positive impact in the CBD and also into, our community in surrounding areas. And then option C is obviously the status quo is to remain as is, and potentially considering that crime prevention and everything associated with that is the responsibility of police and not to stand up an overnight monitoring service. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, but yeah.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you, Luke. We'll just open up for any questions. Councillor Crystal.
Through the Mayor, so local retailers, have you spoken to them about the overnight? Are they see this as a positive step?
Through the chair, so myself, Napier City Business Inc. and the police met with the retailers last week, and we just gave a high-level overview of what we were discussing today in no great detail, but outlined, what the benefits were, what the potential risks are, and, some other considerations. And it was, I believe, well received. They understand that, council are here to support police where we can, and where it's achievable, I guess. One of the big things, actually, no, I didn't mention earlier that as far as funding's concerned, the Napier Assist team are currently funded by the parking fund. And so within this report, there is something there around considering that the sustainability of that fund needs to be considered if we were to consider utilising existing staffing numbers as a preferred long-term option. But sorry, that was just on the side note.
Thank you. Councillor Bogue.
Oh, yes, thank you, Luke. Just a couple of questions. What types of crimes are being committed in terms of the 12% increase? And is that during the day or at night time? And I've got a couple of other questions too, but that one.
Through the chair, that the crime data that we receive from the police doesn't go down to the level of detail as far as times that they're committed. It was more a broad scale look at retail crime, break and enters within, the suburbs, and other information, theft of vehicles and that sort of thing. But the thing that we were focused on, that 12%, is specifically around retail crime within the CBD.
Okay, thank you. I just wondered how this is going to affect in terms of the cost, the parking reserve. What sort of dent is it going to make on that?
Through the chair, as you're aware, the Napier Assist team are currently funded through the parking fund and the parking reserve fund, I should say. That is something that obviously, with any increase in staffing, that would be I suppose the impact on the fund would be a negative one in that it wouldn't be able to be as quickly replenished, with the demand being placed on it as far as additional staffing. So it's obviously we'd have to go through a process and consider funding. That's a Local Government Act process that would be separate to any change or a temporary change that you would decide on today.
So just to clarify, Councillor Bogue, we're already funding the current service from the parking reserve.
Yes.
So that is, I guess, another process and decision that we will have to look at as part of the long-term plan process going forward.
Right. So finally, your preferred option is option A, is it?
Now, through the chair, option A is the standing up of a temporary. Sorry, just bear with me a moment.
The option's 2.4.
Yeah, sorry. Option A, that's for the long-term consideration. Option A is utilising the existing numbers, 9 FTE that we have at the moment, and making that work for overnight and daytime monitoring. So the reduction in the daytime monitoring numbers of staff that you would see in order to allow for that overnight monitoring as well to be undertaken.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Brosnan and then Councillor Crown.
Thank you very much, Luke, for the paper. I have a couple of questions. Just following on from Councillor Bogue, I would like to get straight in my head the cost implications. So option A, no cost implications, retain existing staff numbers.
Correct, yeah.
Option B, there would be an additional cost because we would be paying some overtime or some out of... Yeah, what are the cost implications of B?
So through the chair, the cost implications for option B are 3 additional staff.
Okay, so not fully costed at this stage?
Not fully costed at this stage, no.
And option C, reduction in cost?
Option C is we maintain the status quo, the service level offering that we currently provide.
Okay, so no...
No overnight monitoring.
Okay. Thank you for that. My second question is, and I know it's only in draft form yet, but has the team completed an analysis of the consistency of what we're talking about here with the new local government bill around system improvements? i.e. councils need to focus on core services only, naming the 5 core services of which crime prevention is not one.
Through the chair, yeah, I might pass over to Louise.
Kia ora koutou. So that bill's only just been identified. So at this stage, no, we have not looked at that, but it will be part of our ongoing considerations as the scope and impact of that bill is better understood.
So I guess my follow-up question is, what's the urgency if we're being guided that we're being indicated that there's some national direction coming that's really going to focus us probably away from delivering this activity? What's the urgency around making a decision today?
And I'm happy to answer that, I think. I think this paper has been brought to us in response to concerns raised within our inner city community and retailers, and acknowledging that this may be perceived to be a non-core service. I think if we have the opportunity under current funding levels because we're not about to stop the existing service now. That has to happen through our long-term plan process. So I guess we've seen an opportunity to respond to the needs of our community within the existing funding budget that sits in our annual plan. So that is why we've brought it to the meeting today, so we can explore this, bearing in mind that as we move into our long-term planning process, this may be something that we relook at in the total delivery of it.
Thank you.
Could I just also add, through the chair, the job that Napier Assist do isn't, specifically around supporting police as such. That's only one aspect. They do provide, that service to the community. We're engaging with the homeless, retailers, people out in the suburbs as well. There's a much broader piece of work that they do on a daily basis, not just that, assisting police.
Councillor Crown.
My question's been asked.
Okay. Councillor Price.
Just in relation to the 12% increase in crime over the last 2 years, do we know if it's daytime or nighttime when this increase has been? Because we're moving our daytime into nighttime work, and there's nothing here to suggest that the crime's increased at night.
I can answer that one for you, Luke. Councillor Price, what we have is data from the police that is generally about retail crime. What we haven't got broken down is what is nighttime and daytime, but we are responding to anecdotal information, and you'll be aware of the break-ins at night that have increased, and we know anecdotally they have increased. And the response that we got from the retailers was about their concerns about nighttime crime and break-ins. It wasn't about the daytime stuff, so that's what we're trying to respond to here.
Thank you. That clarifies why we would move. Thank you.
Any further questions? The recommendation that we have is to approve a temporary adjustment to the level of service for Napier Assist Awhina Tangata, but within existing funding, so reducing our daytime level of service to enable us to provide overnight CCTV monitoring. And also that we will consider the options for the preferred ongoing level of service going into the future, which will occur as part of our long-term planning process. I'm happy to move the recommendations from the chair, and I have a seconder with Councillor Crown. So I guess I want to thank you, Luke, and council officers for sort of pulling this report together for us in time to make a decision before we are unable to make decisions during the election period, because I think this is in direct response to requests from our inner city community, and we have seen an increase in the overnight crime. This, in my mind, is a very pragmatic way to trial the overnight service at no additional cost to our ratepayers through till 30 June next year, and then we can assess and review the success, how it's been working, and that will help inform our future longer term decision making around this. So very, very happy to move from the chair. Councillor Crown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, happy to support the proposal in front of us today. I think that, this is about realigning our service within current staffing and our funding envelope to better meet the need that exists at the moment. It's not often that as council we're able to be agile. There are lots of things that come at us from different angles where we want to be enabling, where we want to act. So I take my hat off to council officers for taking the approach that they have and looking for taking a step in a different direction to test and see how effective it might be for our community. That is the reason why we are doing this. We have had a really, really clear signal from our community and from local retailers that safety after dark and crime after dark is a real concern for them. Again, the data backs that up. So this is pragmatic. This is a low-cost step to keep us responsive without locking in long-term expenditure that will be decided basically through our long-term plan process. I know that we can't be everywhere all the time, and neither can the police. This is a step in working in better partnership with them, and I attended the meeting last week where Luke presented on behalf of us, stood side by side with Caroline Martin from NZP and also with Pip Thompson from Napier City Business Inc. It was very clear that our three organisations have very clearly defined roles within this situation as well. And I actually think that the shift in the daytime presence of our Napier Assist may help with managing future expectations from our retailers as to what Napier Assist role is. It is not law enforcement. And so I think that this actually will help to better position them to understand what the service is for and how they should be interacting with council, with Napier City Business and with police, depending on their situation. So I think this is a great step forward. It's about being smarter with the resources we have, and like I said earlier, it's a really great example of how we can be agile and adapt to the need and the current context in our community, especially for our local businesses.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Deputy Mayor Brosnan.
Yeah, thank you very much to the team, not only for the service they deliver on the ground, but for the paper with the options that we've got today. I think the only point I'd like to make is this is primarily a crime prevention tool that Napier ratepayers are funding. We can put all the fluffy stuff around the outside of it, but I know the driver when we started this and all the kōrero today has been around crime prevention. It is the core activity that this team is delivering, and they do that in a nice way in terms of the ambassador style that they deliver that. So the comment I would just like to make is that this is a classic local government problem. We have a need in our community. We have a gap that we are being asked to step into, and we are stepping in and delivering in that gap. So it is a challenge, is my statement. It's a challenge to central government. Be prepared to step into the gap. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to confirm, are you speaking in support?
Speaking in support.
Thank you. So we've had 3 in support. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? Okay. No, there being none, I will put that. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Excellent. Thank you very much, Luke. Next up, we have the Animal Control Facility Project update, and a warm welcome to David and Emma and Jess.
Your right hand.
Good morning.
Good morning, welcome.
Thank you. So we are here today to request committed additional funding for the upgrade to the animal control facility. So we've had a budget which has been carried over for a number of years. So there was $1.5 million allocated through the 3-year plan for this project. However, we didn't really have the benefit of having the feasibility work completed at that point, so it has carried over for a couple of years. Now we've done that work, we're aware that we need additional funding, so we're here today to talk to you about that. So David's going to give you a bit of an overview of some of the challenges operating out of the facility at the moment, and then we can answer questions.
Thank you, through the chair. As you're aware, and those of you that were very kindly were able to give up their time to visit our facility, our animal shelter has been developed incrementally over a period of time, and we found ourselves in the position where it is currently unfit for purpose, and has led us to have concerns around the limitations the facility has, staffing and safety of our staff that are working there, animal welfare and the capacity of our kennels, and public owner experience on visiting the kennels. We also find we're in a position where we have a bit of exposure to animal welfare concerns. As Jess has said, as part of the 2024-27 3-year plan, we were allocated a budget which we used to undertake a feasibility study into improvements at the pound. In March this year, we enlisted the assistance of Etch, an architectural firm, to undertake this study for us, looking to resolve the compliance and legal obligations we have there, deliver safer working conditions for our staff, and provide higher welfare standards for our animals. They came back with 3 options through the work they did, and they're the 3 options that are in front of you today. We have a preferred option, which is option 2. We would structure this in such a way, if it went ahead, that we could fall back to the position of the hybrid option, which is option 3, so therefore be in a position where we could manage our budget.
Yeah, so we just wanted to also take the opportunity to just highlight that in terms of funding the additional borrowing requirement, we think that there are some operational efficiencies that will be achieved through having a new facility and using, the use of technology and upgrading our systems and processes as we move into a new facility. So while we don't have absolute clarity around the funding and how that will be funded once the budget is incurred. We definitely think that there is potentially opportunity to fund the additional borrowing within the current level of spend of that activity, just through achieving some of those operational efficiencies. But that is to be determined, and we would need to work through that additional funding requirement and some of the policy settings around funding through the next long-term plan. We're happy to take questions, I think.
Yeah. Any questions? Councillor Gregg.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your report. Just a question about temperatures within the pound and the open nature of the pound at the moment. How would a new build facility address that issue?
Through the chair, in our tentative approaches with the architectural firm, we would look at controlling, we'd have a separate sleeping area for the dogs and in an area which we could control the temperatures within that area. And it would, so a proper housing system rather than the sort of the tent we find ourselves in today.
Councillor Crystal.
Through the Mayor, when you talked about policy settings through funding, I guess some of that is through dog registration fees, and would they go up significantly, because we do have a problem now with people paying their dog registration as it is, so...
So we don't anticipate that it would have a significant or a huge impact, but as I mentioned, we would need to work through that. However, the cost recovery target, we're currently overachieving in terms of what we're recovering, and I think there are some additional opportunities for revenue generation through a new facility, which is actually more user pays targeted rather than through the general rate, kind of general dog registration costs.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Brosnan.
Are you able, the report mentions compromising both safety and animal welfare. Are you able to talk to the urgency of redress in those areas and whether or not you believe you can deliver the project within a time frame that is acceptable considering those risks?
Through the chair, yes, we can deliver. We believe from the work we've done, we can deliver this within a timely fashion. I suppose it's not going to be a complex build. I think that's the first thing. It's going to be a fit-for-purpose facility. Second part of we can address all the concerns in regards to those animal welfare issues through this. Is that the...
Yeah, and I think from our perspective, there is some sense of urgency to continue and deliver the project because we do have these concerns around animal welfare and staff health and safety as well. So hence, I guess, why we're here today, just to request the additional funding outside of a long-term plan budgeting cycle.
And just to follow up, if I can, how confident are you that we can manage those risks during a construction process as well? So that sort of transitional risk?
What we've looked at so far, I'm confident we can, very much.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions? Councillor Crown.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I'm interested in how we have quantified out the future demand with the scenarios that we've got in front of us. So obviously there is an increase in capacity in regards to some of those designs. So just wondering if you can speak to that and how confident we are that we've got those things right.
Yeah, there is an element of unknown with that, and it is difficult to quantify. You can look, we've looked back and we've looked forward, and we're also have taken in what other councils have done, and particularly councils of similar population to us and dog populations. I think we've been as accurate as we can be, and that's why there is a phasing plan for this. And the second part, the phase 2 is the future proofing if capacity needs to arise. But yeah, it's a work in progress, but we're fine looking at what we're doing.
Any further questions? No. So I'll ask we have the recommendation to approve to progress designing a new build with the sort of conditions wrapped around that, and delegate to the Deputy Chief Executive approval of the design project budget within the remaining budget allocation that we currently have in our 3-year plan. So if I could have a mover and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Crystal, I'd invite you to speak to that, Councillor McGrath.
Just through you, Madam Mayor. The animal control facility is core infrastructure for us, and we've got guidelines that we need to meet for animal welfare and for staff safety. It's not the safest place some days with some of the specific dogs that end up in there. Basically, we're currently working out of 2 Skyline garages and a canvas tent, for a better term, and the team have made it work really well. But it's not ideal with the changing guidelines and regulations that have come into over the last few years. What have we got here? I've got here, and we've got an obligation for custody, care, and exercise for impounded or seized dogs, and we need to meet those standards and guidelines. And I think this will go a very long way.
Councillor Crystal.
Yes, through the Mayor. The animal welfare, staff welfare and customer welfare are all hugely important parts of our animal shelter. And in our tour, we saw the issues that staff have, that customers have, and the dogs have. So I'm very happy to support this. And as a dog owner, it was very heart-wrenching going through the pound. And just on a little aside, if anyone's followed our little Taradale escaper, Louis, the dog that's been on the run for 22 days, got found last night. So it's very exciting for the owner that he is now found.
And it was the Napier City Council cage that...
Well, they didn't say that in the article, but oh my gosh, what a little rascal.
Are there any further speakers to the motion? No, I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thanks, team.
Thanks.
Great to be able to move forward.
I was walking and the owner of that dog came up.
Okay, moving right along. Next up, we have the adoption of the Ahuriri Regional Park Master Plan, and welcome,
There
Connie.
it is. Doodle doodle.
Cool. Kia ora. I've also got Cam Jury here as well.
Oh, welcome,
as part of our,
Cam.
project team. Cool. So, purpose of today is to seek the adoption of the Ahuriri Regional Park Master Plan. Pretty major milestone. We've been working on it about the last 16 months. It's a collaborative effort with Mana Ahuriri, Hawke's Bay Regional Council and Napier City Council via a joint committee and technical advisory group to restore the health and resilience of Te Whanganui-a-Rotu. So just really importantly from the outset, the adoption of the master plan, it doesn't commit council to implementation funding at this stage. The adoption of the master plan signals council's endorsement of the project vision and confirming our shared direction with our partners. We've got placeholder funding in the LTP from 2028 onwards, but this is placeholder funding and it's subject to further budget considerations, which would be returned to the council in 2026. Cool, so why adopt a master plan? The master plan to adopt it gives us clear guidance that we progress investigating with the viability of, so the master plan is the spatial confirmation that this is a good outcome. Going forward, we need to interrogate each of the projects to make sure that they are LTP ready, so that is to come. The process that we've followed, it's been a long time and it's been a really exciting journey. It's been subject to a large amount of public engagement over the last 12 months. We've got quite a lot of information outlined in section 4.4 of the report. So we had a series of on-site open days at the farm. We had a crazy amount of numbers turn up. We were expecting 30. We got about 130. Mm-hmm. We had evening hui with Mana Ahuriri Trust. We had evening key stakeholder sessions, and they were both very well attended. So what does the master plan do? It is a spatial vision for taking our lagoon farm space and turning it in predominantly to a stormwater treatment, wetland and ecological excellence area. It prioritises our end-of-line treatment of our urban stormwater, which is a regulatory driver too. We've got a consent that expires in 2040. And so it will treat that urban stormwater before it enters the estuary. So you'll note on the first page of the paper, we've got a map. Outlined in orange is all our urban stormwater that goes into the estuary. The wetlands designed for the Ahuriri Regional Park intend to capture all of the orange area over time. It will be a staged approach. There are 3 different wetlands and they'll be staged for implementation. In the initial stage, it's the Piramu drain that will be firstly treated. So beyond just the wetlands, we have a range of core programs. These are all outlined on page 33 of the master plan, which is an attachment. So we've got habitat restoration, we've got recognition of Mātauranga Māori and cultural narratives, we've got low impact public access and passive recreation opportunities as supplementary supporting activities to the stormwater treatment. Our paper outlines a few risks. Things are under control. The first risk is probably one that's come up in a few headlines, is managing our bird strike risk assessment. So throughout the journey in the development of the master plan, we did have an avifauna specialist on our design team, and that has informed the design of where we're at the moment. So to progress that risk to a more detailed level of understanding, we've been working with the Hawke's Bay Airport to develop a scope of works for the bird strike risk assessment. That work is now underway, and we've had very clear direction from our joint committee that this does not progress unless the risk comes back as equal or better than the current situation. Another risk is probably mainly identified through the public feedback was the naming convention of the space, having that regional park connotation. We got a lot of feedback that we don't need more leisure spaces, we don't need more recreation. That's not the intention of this space at all. The primary intention is a core infrastructure need for stormwater treatment, and then there's supplementary supporting pieces. So by calling it a park has had these connotations, and we've proposed to our joint committee that we will progress a different name with our partners. That's going to return to the joint committee before it elevates back up to this council for endorsement later. Also, as a final note, endorsing a master plan, it's not a fixed blueprint. This is multi-generational. We've very intentionally recommended staging, and that's been informed by the joint committee's feedback as well. So we've got core programs, and then we've got from stage 2 onwards, that's non-funded future opportunities. So to figure that out and make sure it's not ratepayer funded, we're looking at alternative funding mechanisms there. So yeah, probably just want to reiterate, it's flexible. We've got a primary need right now, which is stormwater treatment, but there's a lot of space that as our need develops over time of the multi-generations, there's space for this to ebb and flow. But endorsing a vision now through the master plan enables us to keep going along that track. Happy for questions.
Lovely, thank you, Connie. Open up for any questions from elected members. Councillor Gregg.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Just a question about access to public space. Will there be the provision for cycling and walking? Will you be able to cycle around the park?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Yes, there's an existing cycleway around the park at the moment, and the overall vision of the master plan is let's get co-benefits. If we have to have buns for the wetlands, let's have the walking and cycling around those two. So yes.
Councillor Bogue and then Councillor McGrath.
Oh, thank you very much for that. This is a political question that you may or may not be able to answer, but if a future council decided they didn't want to go ahead with this, they've got other ideas about stormwater management, is it possible that that actually could happen, or does this more or less cement it and it's sort of beyond the point of no return?
Can I hand that over?
Yeah.
Sorry.
So through the chair, obviously any council decision can be reconsidered, so no, it cannot cement things at this stage.
Thank you.
Councillor McGrath.
Yeah. Through you, Madam Chair. I think it says here works to start in 2028. Is there any work to be carried out before then, and at what cost?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. So There's kind of two prongs to the delivery of this project. There's that infrastructure wetland, which has been managed by our infrastructure directorate, and then there's the Ahuriri Regional Park, which is the space at the moment. So through the annual plan, this council endorsed investigating access to the park, and so that was endorsed for the 25-26 plan cycle. So that piece of work is coming forward at the moment.
Any further questions?
I move the
Happy
recommendation.
to move. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Brosnan, seconded by Councillor Price. I invite you to speak.
Thank you very much, team. It is a milestone to get to this point, as it was at the Joint Committee where we endorsed this coming to you and our two other partners in this space. So a few years ago, you charged the Joint Committee and adopted a terms of reference to set them off on a course to deliver a master plan. So that has been the piece of work that you've been expecting from this Joint Committee, and really proud to bring that to Council today. As you know, we consulted with the community on what should be in this master plan. There was over a year worth of workshops and hui with various stakeholders who all kind of threw ideas in the mix. We have a massive piece of farmland here that, as the Mayor has mentioned already this morning, was previously zoned industrial land under our operative plan. So you've endorsed a change to special environmental purpose for this space, and you have endorsed developing something that delivers on our requirement under our stormwater consent. So I'd like to reiterate that, in my view, this is core infrastructure for council. We have a resource consent from Hawke's Bay Regional Council that requires end-of-line urban stormwater polishing by 2040 when that consent expires. So there is a regulatory responsibility to deliver something at end of line that increases the quality of the stormwater we pump into our estuary. That, in my view, aligns with community expectations around swimmability and looking after the tonga that is the Ahuriri estuary. Our community, after we pulled together all those thoughts and came up with a draft master plan, there were lots of beautiful pictures floating around that went out for community consultation, and that invoked a whole lot of responses from community, and rightly so. That's what consultation should do. I wrote down just very quickly what was the community feedback. They said focus on core infrastructure. That is your job, council. They said remove any nice to haves, and they said remove the built form that you have on the edge of the estuary. And I'm really proud to say that the committee listened to all of that feedback and it was adopted. So the master plan that you have in front of you today has spaces, but a core work program, a phase one, that is solely dedicated to the earthworks related to building the wetlands. Which is the core purpose of the park. I agree with the direction that the committee has given our team to look at the naming of the park. I think a few years ago when we named it, we thought we've got Tūtera Park, we have Pakawhai Country Park, we have Pika Pika Wetland Regional Park, we could have the Ahuriri Estuary Style Regional Park. But I think that has been lost, that messaging with our community. So I endorse that, that approach to renaming. So in summary, this is core business. It is required by our consent. We have a spatial picture, a high-level picture that will change as council priorities change, as partners change over the delivery, probably over the next 2 decades. But the next steps, I think, are well outlined by our team. There is a huge piece of infrastructure and supporting technical work that is going on. There is risk management work, especially in the avian space. And it was great to see Hawke's Bay Airport join the Joint Committee and have a more visible role in the management of that risk. So I'm really supportive of that as well. So in summary, very happy to support the recommendation. Thank you, Mayor Wise.
Thank you. Councillor Price.
Thank you. I guess Deputy Mayor Brosnan has said it all in what she's just spoken about, and I guess I look at it, I see the estuary as a real gem for Napier, and it's got away on us a bit. And over my years on council, it's been a Hardy annual, or every 3 years. People asking what's going to happen with the estuary and wanting us to come up with answers. I can say now, hand on heart, that we have started a direction towards getting it right. It's not going to happen quickly, but the sooner we start, the sooner we finish. And I'm really supportive of the motion and pleased we're making a move in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Price. Councillor Brown.
Yeah, I'm also speaking in favour of the motion and just want to talk all the process that we've been through here. One of the fabulous outcomes, I think, of development of this plan is stronger relationships. And unlike other projects, this one started with a promise around co-governance, and those very first meetings were they were emotional. They brought forward some of the harms and the challenges that have been faced in this region before and brought it all to the forefront and kind of did some way to go towards healing in our region. And there's been deep consultation with our key stakeholders, and I think that there is some angst still out there. There's some people still waiting to see what actually happens, but I think that's it's to be expected. It's a sign of maybe a healthy level of scepticism and just a general growing in trust, a general increase in distrust towards all government services at the moment. So I think this is an elegant solution to an intergenerational problem, and it's intergenerational both ways. It's crept up on us over successive generations, and it will be a positive influence into the future for successive generations to come.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. We've had 3 speak in favour. Councillor McGrath, you wish to speak against?
Yes, thanks. Through you, Madam Mayor. Although this today really is just receiving the master plan, I'm not in full agreement with how we've prioritised this project ahead of other perhaps more vital projects. And we've heard today that the stormwater polishing for the consent is not required till 2040. And for me, I asked the question, well, if the regional council are telling us that, I wonder what their plan is for the typo stream when they pump that into the estuary. So I don't even think I've seen a plan for them or for our only Hunga pump station that's going over the top there, or the airport that pumps into there, or our county drain, or the Georges Drive drain that goes into the estuary. We're looking at just this one thing. And I think there's some other things that could be pulled ahead of this project with more importance.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Tariha.
Kia ora. For you, Madam Mayor, just want to highlight for mana whenua, there was an increase in concerns with the mission development and the runoffs when that ends up into the Ahuriri estuary, and or Te Whanganui-a-Orotu, as it's known to mana whenua. And with the Ahuriri Regional Park, it kind of addresses those concerns. And Te Whanganui-a-Orotu was a site of cultural, historical, ecological significance, and hopefully soon recreational, educational. Hopefully with the Waka Hub going there soon, there'll be a good connection through all of those parts going on. And it's more than improving the water quality, it's restoring the mauri of Te Whanganui-a-Orotu. It's a place where people can reconnect with the environment and respect the pūrākau, the historical kōrero of the area. But yeah, improving the water quality before entering Te Whanganui-a-Orotu, the Ahuriri estuary is a win win for mana whenua and fully total for this.
Order. Any further speakers? Councillor Crown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since we have the opportunity, I'm going to follow on from Councillor Tareha. I think, councils, we do lots of things simultaneously at the same time. It's not a one project per day or per month or whatever. And I think that the priority that we've given to this is actually bang on. It's about the usability of Te Whanga. It's about walking the talk when it comes to our environmental and our core infrastructure responsibilities. And it is about the mauri of Te Whanga. And actually, I would argue that that has benefit for all people, not just mana whenua, not just council, not just regional council. It's so that everyone can use it and enjoy it properly, and that they can have some confidence in the fact that we are thinking ahead. 2040 will be upon us before we know it, and we better have a plan. So if you don't like it, tell us what your solution is. Offer something else rather than just saying, no, don't like it. And I think that that's a real challenge for anyone that sits around this table. So, yeah, speaking in support of the master plan, it says what should be there and what could be there. And then the projects will relate to those, and whoever gets to sit around this table gets to decide the phasing of those in the future.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of points. I think Councillor Crown and Councillor Tareha have covered off some very important parts to this. I'm very pleased to hear that the airport has engaged, because that risk of bird strike sits in a lot of people's minds and could create a major catastrophe that we would have to deal with. The other thing is, over time, naming or words and names have created lots of misconceptions and confusion in our community. And I just wonder whether just including the word environmental into the name would be the Ahuriri Environmental Regional Park. It may take away the confusion that we're creating another park island or, a recreational facility. The focus will be on restoration of the environment and our ecological systems. Thank you.
Thank you. We have again had 3 speak in favour, so if there's anyone who wishes to speak against. Is right of reply from the mover?
Thank you very much, Mayor Wise. I will just make a couple of short points. I appreciate the debate. Thank you, councillors. With respect to Councillor McGrath's comment, and with respect, I believe you are ill-informed. We have adopted a stormwater master plan that deals with all of the areas you mentioned in your kōrero, including setting standards for the future treatment of those. So I do believe that this council has a robust asset management plan when it comes to the delivery of stormwater. Yes, there is more work to do. Of course, it is never finished. But I'm comfortable that in adopting this master plan, you are not prioritising one set of objectives for one area over another. And I would also make the comment that I believe the timeframe is 100% correct. We're 15 years away from 2040, and we have today in front of us a 20-year master plan. So quite frankly, I think we will be ambitious to deliver on all of the wetland design by 2040, even if we were to start next year, noting that funding isn't actually in the plan until 2028. So it sounds like a lot of time, 2040, but I don't believe it is. So thank you, Mayor Wise. That is my right of reply.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Brosnan. Okay, so our motion is adoption of the Ahuriri Regional Park Master Plan, and noting that it does not commit council to implementation funding. I will put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Councillor Bogue. Against? Councillor McGrath. Passed. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much, Connie. Thank you, Cam.
Thank you. Kia ora.
And agenda item 5, we have the Integrated Trade Waste and Wastewater Bylaw 2022 delegations. And welcome to Laura and Sarah.
Continue.
Kia ora koutou, thank you for having us today. I'm Laura Rolls, Environmental Compliance Officer, and this is Sarah Shah, Acting Manager of Environmental Solutions. So today the purpose of this report is to seek delegation to the CE for all the duties and responsibilities outlined in the Trade Waste Bylaw. I want to highlight that this is largely procedural. Typically, delegation is given when a bylaw is adopted. However, unfortunately, that was missed on the adoption of our bylaw in 2022. So today we wanted to formally document that we have completed a thorough review of the trade waste delegations and provide assurance to Council that the appropriate processes are followed and are in place. So our recommendations are to note that the review of the delegations under the bylaw has been completed and there has been a legal peer review of this work. We wish for you to approve delegation to the Chief Executive all duties and actions under the bylaw, and note that officers will seek sub-delegation from the CE to perform the duties and decision-making required under the bylaw, which is outlined in the attached document. We also want to confirm that any compliance and enforcement decisions relating to the Integrated Trade Waste and Wastewater Bylaw are subject to the Napier City Council's compliance and enforcement policy. And note that any person objecting to a decision of the Chief Executive under the Integrated Trade Waste and Wastewater Bylaw and compliance and enforcement policy shall have the right of objection to a hearings committee, with the objector responsible for all costs associated with that process. And lastly, delegate to the CE all other aspects of the administration and enforcement of the Trade Waste Bylaw consistent with this resolution. So hopefully a quick paper to bring to you today and welcome any questions.
Excellent, thank you very much, Laura. Are there any questions? I think it's quite clearly outlined in the officer's recommendation. Councillor Brown.
Not specifically relating to this paper, but taking it sort of more broadly, have we done it's probably not for you, it's probably more a Louise question. Have we done a review of our other bylaws just to check that we haven't made the same error in other processes?
So through the chair, I don't know if we've done everything, but we are working through that process.
So it's already something in train?
Yep. As is our policy review and things like that, as you'll have heard from Audit and Risk.
Perfect.
Any further questions?
Happy to move.
Happy to move. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Brosnan, seconded. Councillor Taylor, would you like to comment?
Yeah, just very briefly, I had the pleasure of working with the team on the resolutions and some of the review of the reviews they've done with the leave of the chair, Councillor Keith Price. So I'm very happy. I think you've got to a stage that sort of covers all of those eventualities that we were conscious might pop up. And it's a very robust review that's been done. So I congratulate you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Through you, Worship, yes, it seems a very complicated paper for something that is really a process. So I congratulate everybody that's been involved. It appears to cover off all the eventualities. So well done, and I think it's quite clear the process to be followed in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? No, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Lovely. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Next up, Climate Change Risk Assessment Report and Regional Climate Action Collaboration. Welcome, Paulina.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. Today I'm presenting on the Hawke's Bay Climate Change Risk Assessment Report and our Regional Climate Action Collaboration on behalf of Michelle Greig, that is not able to attend today. This report was produced by Urban Intelligence for the Climate Action Joint Committee, and is the first comprehensive climate risk assessment for our region. The risk assessment draws on national and local data, including our own Napier City Council datasets, and provides a shared evidence base of climate risk at both a regional and a local level. It is a technical report designed to inform adaptation planning and to build resilience across Hawke's Bay. At the 9th of May meeting of the Climate Action Joint Committee, they formally received the risk report and passed resolutions recommending that all 5 partner councils note the report publication and findings, commit to ongoing collaboration and integration of climate risk into decision-making, allocate resources in the long-term plan for future updates, and support vulnerable communities, including Tangata Whenua, through continuous improvement. Although Napier City Council is no longer a member of the Climate Action Joint Committee, we remain committed to officer-level collaboration. We promoted the report publicly, integrated climate change risk into our decision-making processes, and will continue to do so through the LIMS and other mechanisms. Looking ahead, Napier will develop a refreshed climate action work program aligned with our strategic priorities once a new council is in place. This would include projects like implementation of the Ahuriri Regional Park Master Plan, very timely, you just endorsed that, and stormwater updates and participation in other regional initiatives such as the Coastal Hazards Strategy and reimagining flood resilience. The risk assessment is not a property-level risk tool, but it provides a citywide snapshot of climate risk and highlight data gaps that can be addressed over time. It is a foundation for future planning and community conversations. So I recommend that Council formally receive the risk assessment report today and note the Climate Action Joint Committee resolutions, reaffirming our commitment to regional collaboration and informed climate action.
Thank you, Paulina. Are there any questions? Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think it's item E in the recommendation. Can you give some, I have to just scroll back to it. Note and update on planning will be provided to the future Napier Committee. So is there a time frame around that, and what funding is currently in budgets for any future planning in relation to this matter?
Yeah, absolutely. So the reporting is going to be ongoing. So we're proposing that we do it on a 3-monthly basis cycle, because the work program for climate risk mitigation and risk assessment covers all of the council, especially infrastructure and planning. So in terms of the of a policy, a few things that are in place are the Ahuriri Regional Park Master Plan. So all the implementation of that in the long-term plan has been already considered in the funding. We have the variation for natural hazards for the proposed district plan that is also funded by operational budgets. And we have the delivery of the Stormwater Master Plan, and what it includes, it's included in this, there is also funded. So resources, in terms of resources, we have allocated resources within the strategic directorate to continue collaborating at the regional level in terms of climate action and climate risk assessment.
Thank you.
Any further questions? So we've had Paulina talk through the officer's recommendation. Could I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Brown, seconded by Councillor Simpson. Would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, kia ora. This has been another landmark or milestone piece of work that's come through. I know this committee's received some flack and some political attention around not being very effective or efficient, but this report has been completed in record time in under 9 months, where the nearest to this has been 2 years. Any other region has been able to do this. So it's a brilliant piece of work and hopefully a really helpful tool. I really recommend everyone in Napier reads our snapshot. It's on 1 to 2 pages, so it's digestible, as shown by Paulina there. And it's designed to be a public-facing document, so it's not just for councils, it's for individuals making decisions in their daily lives, businesses about where they put their assets, where they're going to work. It's for community groups and organisations about how they want to adapt to climate change and where the big risks are that we're facing as a region. This has been a key hole in our understanding about the risks that we're facing as a council. It's sat on our action to-do list for over 2 years. When I asked, what are the risks facing Napier? And we did not have an answer. Now we have an answer in terms of where the key areas are, and it provides not the blueprint, but the map of where the challenges are, and the next step for both this council and the region is to decide how we get from where we are now with the risks we're facing to a more resilient, adapted community space. So for the next council, I strongly urge this to be a key input into your strategic planning at the start of the next term. It should form one of the big parts of the environmental scan that you do. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Simpson.
Through you, Madam Chair. I think from a resilience and a sustainability perspective, this is important information. It adds to our toolbox of information on hazards and risks, and it does inform future councils on decision-making and how it sets up the community, its assets and infrastructure, and community risk on particularly the coastline and in other areas. So I think it's a good report. It fills that gap. It informs us for future use, and therefore I'm in support of using the information and having it available for the public.
Any further speakers? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Excellent. Thank you very much, Paulina. Rightio, next up, one of our favourite subjects, local water done well.
Are we being circulated at?
We have a drink.
I know we have some changes to the officer's recommendation. Has everyone received a hard copy of that at this stage? No. We will talk through it. I've made note of what the changes are, so.
So the paper's not in the agenda, was it circulated?
Oh, it was a separate. It was a separate document.
Awesome.
It was a supplementary.
Is it sitting outside of the?
Isn't it a separate agenda item? Yeah, it was a separate.
No. On the hub as a separate document. You want a hard copy?
Yeah, that would be good. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Andrew. Welcome, Russell.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
That's, yeah.
Here we go again.
And what has been quite a journey, if you will, ordeal, or however you want to describe it, I suppose. But here today, obviously, with the deliberations report on the back of public consultation and setting our substantive decision going forward in response to local water done well. Definitely want to give a big thank you to the whole project team involved, everyone from the RRA collaborating across the regions, yourselves as elected members for giving your continued commitment and focus to this topic. So some updates before I get into the report. On Tuesday, 29th July, Wairoa did make the decision to exit the regional space. So we have been having to make some amendments to the officer's recommendation. As well, we have just received through the latest heads of agreement update reflecting that as well. So that's attachment 1 in the supplemental agenda item. I will talk through the changes to that because we are still looking for endorsement of the heads of agreement. So I'm not too sure, Jem, if you're able to bring up the alternate recommendations. I actually don't have them with me either. Through. No, that's it, yeah. Thank you. So recommendation A and B, C remain the same. So really receiving the report as read. Note that the content of the report does meet a high level of significance under our significant engagement policy. We did conduct full community consultation. But then C, approving that the future water service delivery model is a joint water organization in the form of a Water Services Council controlled organization with the other participating territorial authorities within the Hawke's Bay region. However, recommendation D coming forward, that noting that on the 29 July meeting, Wairoa did exit the regional space. So then E, instructing officers to prepare a joint water service delivery plan with the residual participating members. And then F, looking for endorsement of the new draft heads of agreement, which would appoint the mayor as one of the members of the transitional governance group and delegating authority to the mayor to appoint the additional member of the TGG. And then authorizing the CE to execute the heads of agreement, which I will come to shortly in the report. But then noting as well that the recommendation C and then E through G are contingent on the other two Hawke's Bay authorities resolving to continue with the joint Water Services Council controlled organization. Now, Central Hawke's Bay resolved with continuation of that at their 3rd July meeting. So really it's reliant on Hastings agreeing to this process as well, and their meeting is set for this afternoon. So those are the alternate recommendations that I would like to table.
And they are up on the screen, everybody, if you wanted to, yeah.
So just briefly summarizing the report, I tried to provide a bit of a background summary and mainly some of the key decision-making milestones that we transitioned through, mainly the agenda of the ordinary council meeting on the 17th of April, which approved our consultation options and identifying the Joint Water Services Council controlled organization as our preferred option. Then we went and produced the consultation document, which was approved at the 29th April meeting, and then we conducted our community consultation through the 12th of May to the 15th of June. We had quite a robust consultation engagement and a great plan that was put together by our comms team. The summary is there of events we had with pop-ups, webinars, our open house day, which was all well received and reached a large audience. We then had our hearings on the 21st of July, where we had, I believe, 7 submitters come to speak, and I'd like to thank those that did. And there was a good mix of those in support and those opposed of the preferred option. Those in support of the preferred option saw the benefit of a large-scale organization bringing larger assets and a larger customer base to spread OPEX across a wider number of customers, essentially lowering fixed overheads. And then scale, allowing to encourage better capital works and contractors to set up in the region. However, they did see that there are some challenges going forward. Robust asset management planning will need to be required, strong foundational documents in place, and then as well it was stressed that the new levels of regulation that we'll be entering in will require a lot more resourcing than we had in the past. Others that were opposed to the preferred option wanted to see operations and maintenance retained in-house, that are in our council-delivered services would be able to prevent top-heavy bloat or bureaucratic levels of red tape. And then there was that fear of Napier ratepayers subsidizing the investment across our neighboring councils. As well, the hearings I did provide a brief and analysis of the submissions where 79% were in favor of the preferred option. So that was 527 of the 666 written and online submissions. 18% were opposed, and then 3% were undecided. So some of those key themes were affordability, and that was based on, I think, a bit of misinformation as well, where how we presented the data of what the projected costs were. There was some confusion that they thought those costs were going to be on top of existing Napier rate water charges. So perhaps a lesson learned there through the consultation, we could have been a bit clearer about what were going to be residual council costs and the water charges, and that there would actually be that separation between the two. There's also that loss of local voice. However, I feel we have talked about this through the shareholding forum, and really within Bill 3 that board must give effect to that statement of expectations from the shareholders. So really, I think through legislation, they're making assurances that local voice does remain within the strategic and operational fabric of the water organization. There was fears of investment and transparency. Again, I think that legislation addresses this, especially through economic regulation and what's going to be required of information disclosure and just that level of transparency to support investment decisions and what the true costs are for delivering water services. Provided a bit of a policy framework recap, and then as well a attachment of the updates to Bill 3, which I will not go into. But I do want to then now speak to some of the issues that we are facing, which I guess has somewhat been resolved. So legislation is still to be finalized. That has been one of the key issues of this whole process, is that we've been kind of building the airplane as we've been flying it. However, I suppose we will have some clarity, hopefully, in the near future with Bill 3 is now sitting on the order paper for today's legislative seating to hopefully pass through the whole House stage and then into royal assent. And then there was always that unknown of the participating councils. I acknowledge that is still a bit of an issue. However, Wairoa has indicated they're exiting, and we are now just waiting on Hastings. So hopefully they will come along on this journey. So financial implications, so agreeing to the establishment and implementation of a regional water services council-controlled organization will have significant implications on council. We have not gone through to quantify exactly what that is, but there's the understanding that our water services will be transferred to a new organization, taking revenue away from council, and all the operational and capital investment required in water will be under that new organization. Social and policy, so with the enactment of Bill 3, council as well as the new water organization will have to do a full review of any water-related bylaws, so there will have to be some policy review that will come out of this as well. Then there are some risks that are highlighted there as well. Obviously, I think the highest one being that the Secretary of Local Government would not accept our water service delivery plan when it is submitted. However, we have had early engagement with DIA, and response at this stage has been positive in support of our joint water service delivery plan. So the options available to council are to approve the officer's recommendation, and namely that our future water service delivery model is a joint water organization, and this would be in line with community expectation from our consultation. Option B would be to approve a Napier-only CCO as the future water service delivery model, or then option 3 would be the in-house, making the legislative needed changes. Have put some of the next steps there of what would occur with the development of the preferred option. Mainly the key elements there would be agreeing to the heads of agreement, which then establishes the transitional governance group, that first level of governance for the establishment period, where the governance group would then appoint an establishment board of directors, which just sets everything in motion from a CE dedicated project team to then really identify a robust implementation plan, implementation budget to then bring back to the transitional governance group. So with the heads of agreement, basically with Wairoa exiting, the main changes to the heads of agreement that are attached for this report really only alters I believe it's on section 5, the cost sharing for the establishment. So in my report, that's page 32. So as it stands, this cost sharing was proposed at 10% to CHB, 40% to Hastings, 40% to Napier, 10% to Wairoa. What's being proposed is that Central Hawke's Bay remains at 10%, then Napier and Hastings come up to 45% each. Obviously, some substantive changes will have to be made to the water service delivery plan. That work is progressing currently, and we don't see any issues or any risk of having to do a late submission. We're well advanced with the finalization of that document. But I'm definitely happy to take any questions on the report, if there are any.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Really comprehensive report. And thank you for just providing that update in terms of the heads of agreement with Wairoa no longer being a part of the equation. Just open up for any questions from councillors. Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Some of the submissions we received were related to harmonisation of costs. What's the position of the other parties to the agreement on ring fencing the costs of networks?
Sure, yep.
So through the chair, probably best place for me to respond to that. Central Hawke's Bay have been very clear that that's something that they would like, and their mayor's been very strong in advocating for that. Hastings, I understand, is in a similar position to us in that, we recognise that may be a consideration going forward, but at this point the bill does not point to price harmonisation. But we acknowledge there are affordability issues within other councils in our region.
Thank you.
Councillor McGrath.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. With our consultation, we consulted with all, having a full region approach with 4 councils. How does that now stand as far as the consultation goes if we're now only got 3 still in it?
Through the chair, the consultation did indicate 4 potential members of the joint water services or water organization. However, the preferred model was still a joint water organization. As we've been working through updating the water service delivery plan, the effects around revenue and debt at that joint organizational level is quite minimal. As well, through the financial modeling, we did take a ring-fenced approach to water charges and price paths. So with the exit of Wairoa, the price path to Napier should not be changed at all. So from that perspective, we still anticipate that the intent of a joint water organization and that community feedback would still be the preferred option.
Councillor McGrath.
A comment was made before with regards to a little bit of confusion that people would be paid, charged for water in their rates as well as a separate bill. Have we done any work on how much water our council actually uses? Because we will still have that, and I guess we'll get charged ourselves for water. We use a lot of water. Have we worked out what that would be within, our own?
I'm sorry, point of order, Councillor McGrath. I don't believe that relates to what we've got in front of us today. That's something we could take offline as a separate conversation.
Sure.
Any further questions? Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, through your worship. Just what's the timeline in relation to the establishment of the transitional governance group?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. We'd be looking to establish that as quickly as possible after decision-making milestone has been met, with the appointment of the transitional governance group happening, pretty much within maybe a fortnight to then work through the recruitment of an establishment board.
So you're supplementary, so you're expecting to do that post September 3rd, is it? Or?
Through the chair, no, we'd be looking to do that post this council meeting and Hastings council meeting. So in advance of the water service delivery plan being approved, acknowledging there's potential risk with that. However, a number of other councils are already moving in that direction, namely Selwyn District Council, Hamilton, and South Waikato. And I believe the Waikato done well. The remainder councils are moving ahead at quite pace in the establishment of their joint CCOs as well.
Thank you.
Any further questions? And just checking in that everybody has had an opportunity to look at the amended officer's recommendations and are comfortable with that. I am happy to move from the chair. Further question, Councillor Brown? Yep.
Just on point resolution FB, just wondering if you have in mind the process that that appointment will go through at this point.
At this point in time, I haven't really had an opportunity to contemplate it, acknowledging that we are actually, will only be appointing for a very short period of time in the lead up to elections. The most logical thing is probably to appoint the Chair of Infrastructure, Councillor Price. But yeah, that will have that decision made, post meeting. Thanks. Okay, so as I said, I will move from the chair. If I could have a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Price. Look, the thing I really want to do right now is take the opportunity to say a heartfelt thank you to you, Andrew. You have guided us through this process so well. You know, I think I would speak on behalf of all of us around the table that we have felt well informed. The information has just been impeccable the whole way through, and that is what gives us the confidence to move forward on this path with what is an incredibly important decision for our community. You know, moving our intergenerational assets into a separate regional entity is not a decision that we take lightly, and we needed to have the confidence to do that, which you have provided us with, and the contributions that you've made at a regional level and the way that you've engaged with our neighbouring councils has also been fantastic. So we really do appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And, you know, reflecting on the consultation that we undertook around the preferred option of a regional WSCCO, at which we received just shy of 80% support from our community, I believe well and truly provides us with the mandate to make this decision today. It's another step on what has already been a very long journey, and we still have a very long way to go. I think the transition will present its own set of challenges, which we now need to start navigating our way through. So I do fully support us setting up those arrangements and structure for the transition as quickly as we can so that we can start moving forward with that. So we will wait to see how Hastings District Council decide this afternoon, and then I guess subject to our vote as well very soon, we will progress to the next stage of our local water done well. So, okay. Councillor Price.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. You've done an outstanding job, and you've been very clear and understandable for a person like me who's watching from the outside and only done one night at night school on water. I've got no doubt that there's still a lot of fish hooks to come for you, but you're handling it really well, and keep the good work up, and good luck. And thank you also, Russell, for your input. Thank you.
Councillor Greig.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Just to speak in support as well, and thank you. We trusted you with all this information, and it's a massive deal, so thank you for everything. 79% of submissions were in favour of a joint regional CCTO. This option will share costs, share expertise, and is a sensible long-term option for water delivery. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greig. We've had 3 speak in support. And we have Councillor McGrath speaking against.
You seemed surprised, Madam.
Not at all.
On brand.
Napier has recently celebrated its 150th anniversary, and over that time, I guess the council has been responsible for water services. Why now would it want to advocate these responsibilities? Napier is a small, compact city and its water engineering is not overcomplicated. Three Waters, roads, rubbish are our core responsibilities. Are these things not exciting enough for council to want to own and do? Bigger is not always better. Wellington and Auckland would be examples in my mind that haven't been great. Napier people should be making decisions for Napier people. We need to own that responsibility and deliver it and not palm out these responsibilities. What I don't think we told the people was of who was going to have to pay the water bills. Will it be the property owner or the users of the water utility? If you are renting or in a Housing New Zealand home, will you now get a separate bill of probably around $1,000 per annum? Will our own tenants in our retirement villages now get a utility bill? We aren't being forced to combine. Rotorua, Manawatu, Gisborne and now Wairoa have gone it alone. And yes, we have the debt headroom to do so. I know there were comments during the consultation made about being able to attract better staff. Again, I say, look at some of the Wellington, part of the Wellington model. Does it really? Not according to people I've spoken to, both as contractors and ex-staff members. There was a comment made with regard to scale and being able to bring in bigger companies. For me, where does that company profit end up? Once it, I'm guessing it gets out of here and it goes to its shareholders' pockets. What we need to remember, Napier isn't a cop case. During the cyclone, most people could still run their taps and flush their toilets. I accept there's a lot we still need to do, as does every council in New Zealand. But the borrowing figures show we can go it alone. Personally, I don't think this close to an election we should even be making what is essentially a multi-billion-dollar decision for the incoming council. And I guess I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Crystal.
Just to counteract Councillor McGrath, this is a government-led process that we are being made to do, and we need to have our water plan in by September, which is pre-election, so we do have to do this. And we've been travelling this journey for quite a few years. In fact, my whole time on council, it started off with Three Waters, in which the local voice was being taken away from us. Now we're going to local waters done well, which does give us local voice. We are still the shareholder and we still have control over it. It is just that the scale of it will make it more efficient as a CCO. I do know quite a lot about water, being a microbiologist, and we have beautiful water here in Hawke's Bay. Unfortunately, we were made to chlorinate it, but that is part of what we have to put up with regulations. And part of our huge costs we've had to fit is to actually meet these regulations with chlorination and all the things that come with that. Our network isn't perfect. It is way from that. It's been put together over time, and some of the projects that we have to do, like some of our mains and reservoir building, is all to meet the new regulations that we have to do. We got support from our community for this, as we said, 80%. At the hearings, we heard very knowledgeable people say that this was a positive step to do, and I'm relying on our community and our staff, and that's why I support this option. What we do need on there is a strong board, and we also need strong members of our council on that board. So I'm speaking in favour.
Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, I've made clear my concerns about this process all the way through. I have heard our community. We've had 80% suggest to us that we should go and form a joint organisation for water services in Hawke's Bay. So therefore, we have a strong mandate to listen to our community. The only other feasible option, which was not supported by our community, was to go alone in a standalone company, and we'd already identified through our costing that an in-house option wasn't financially sustainable. So therefore, listening to our community, I still have concerns about the absence of finalised legislation, and we've seen the legislation in drafting change just very recently. But I believe the supporting this paper is the next logical step. Our next logical step is in our letter of intent to the new board, where we set out our expectations, and certainly one of the expectations I'll be setting out is in opposition to any harmonisation of costing. And I think in that case, that's how we protect our ratepayers and the bill payers in the end, to ensure that they are only paying for the cost of the network they are connected to. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Brosnan.
Thank you very much, Mayor Wise. I took all what was said there. I had written down our challenges, maintaining influence on decisions around investment prioritisation and the harmonisation question. So I agree with that completely. And we need to make sure that it is not unreasonably affecting our ratepayers in both of those areas around the priorities we set or have set and the cost harmonisation. So I did, when I was just sitting here listening to the debate, I pulled up, and I think it's worth reminding to the question that Councillor McGrath posed to the room, sort of why now, why not us? And that is a quote from stage 2 of the Havelock North Drinking Water Inquiry, so from our region, which drove the government reform program, which has ended up, as councillors have rightly said, putting us in a position where we need to make this decision today. And from that report, I quote, "A higher standard of care is needed, similar to that applied to the fields of medicine and aviation, where the consequence of failure could similarly be illness, death, and injury." So I make that point because whilst I rate all of our skills around this table, I don't see anyone who meets the threshold that we have been called to put in charge of delivering these water services. We need expert professional board members who will manage water for our communities to the standard that the independent inquiry has driven this reform program to address. So I just wanted to bring that to our attention. It is the severity of the weight on our shoulders is injury, illness and death by our community. And we have seen that firsthand in this region. So to answer the question of why, I think that's what I'll leave you with. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Brosnan. Again, we've had 3 in favour. Is there anyone else wishing to speak against? I'll just wrap us up with my right of reply, but I'll keep it very short. In my mind, the commitment we need to make to our community is that we are providing reliable, safe and affordable water infrastructure. This regional water services CCO is one of the tools that we can utilise to do that. And that's why I support the motion in front of us today. So I also support all the comments that have been made by the others around the table who have been speaking in support of the motion. So on that note, I will put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? McGrath? Carried. Thank you, everybody. We will take a 10-minute break if we can be back here at 12 o'clock to carry on with our agenda. We'll get back underway, and we have Andrew and Russell with us, continuing on to our urban waterway asset ownership transfer paper. So I will hand over.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'm happy to take this report as read. Really, this is a continuation on from some workshops that occurred last year and one earlier this year as well. Really, it stemmed from the review of the 2020 floods, where it was identified that there was a with the mixed ownership model of the urban waterways that just created a bit of confusion, lack of ownership, lack of clear responsibility for these assets. So then Morrison Lowe was commissioned to do some work to see what were the options available, putting together a business case for proper ownership and responsibility. So that business case is still in draft. It's looking to be finalized in the next month or so. Obviously, there were some pauses that occurred, Cyclone Gabrielle, and then with local water done well. And back in the day, actually, the Three Waters reform that put a bit of this on hold. However, what we're looking to do here with this report is really endorse the process to get the transfer of these assets over to Napier City Council, and then in line with our response to local water done well of the Joint Water Organization pending the Hastings decision. So really the first steps is for the endorsement of this process, and then the first thing would be a combined asset management plan, which looks at the urban waterways and all of Napier City Council's stormwater assets to create one asset management plan that takes these into account. And then Napier City Council would take management of the assets, for then the ultimate transfer to occur, again, in line with any transfer schedule from Napier City Council into a joint water organization, just to ensure we minimize any duplication of work. So that would just be one kind of schedule of assets that transfer into a regional space. As well, I think pending the Hastings decision, the scope of this might broaden slightly. At the time of this, was done just looking at what went through the West Shore Tidal Gate. So it was really that Napier Puketapu-Miani scheme, as it's called, from HBRC. So that's some of like Plantation Watercourse, Old Tutaikuri Riverbed. However, then that broadened a little bit to include Awatoto, given the Awatoto Industrial Group. But now as we're looking forward into local water done well, anticipating that this will probably extend out into the Bayview region as well, because there are a couple of waterways in that Bayview region, then there will be needing to be the consideration for any of the assets within the Hastings District Council territory as well. Few risks are highlighted, I think. Stormwater risk management plan from Bill 3, that's a whole new thing that's coming with Bill 3. So really in that, you would say if we didn't have ownership of the assets, that would be a major risk to Napier City or the new water entity of a stormwater risk. Then as well, just improving that level of service requirement is going to be a significant capital investment required. Currently, those waterways are maintained at a level of service under HBRC's requirement. Once they transfer to Napier City Council, there is that higher level of service requirement. However, we know that, and that's why we actually want these assets to come under control so that we can deliver the level of service required to our community. So there's quite a few options that are being presented in the business case, but the preferred option is the ultimate transfer of the assets from HBRC to Napier City Council. Again, what we're looking for here is just approval of the process that we commence with that work so that we could bring back to council some more robust program of what that transfer will actually look like. So first steps would be that draft asset management plan, Napier City Council taking on the management responsibility to get a full understanding of the ongoing operational costs of running these assets to then inform the overall asset transfer. But I am happy to take any questions, and I believe there's an additional recommendation to be tabled as well. Based on, I apologize to update as well, this paper went to HBRC yesterday, which was carried, and they had the additional recommendation that the Mayor Wise has.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Andrew. So we have an addition, a G, establishes a joint governance panel to ensure full understanding of the combined management plan and to input into the development of a joint community engagement plan, which Gemma will add in, and we can bring up for people. Yeah. Right, so while Gemma pops that up, any questions? Councillor Crown.
Thank you. Through the chair. I'm just trying to get my head around, do we understand what the current asset condition is of the waterways that we're looking to take over the management of, or will that be part of the asset management plan?
Through the chair, yes, we have a good understanding. We have done some of this work previously. Might be slightly outdated. I believe it was commissioned in 2023 and finalized in 2024. So I think we would probably do another quick investigation to get a better understanding. But we do have a good level of knowledge of the current condition of the assets.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, just to make super sure, so that includes those that are currently owned by Regional Council?
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. And as well as there are some programmed capital investments in the HBRC pipeline, we would get full understanding of where those are at in terms of their stage of delivery and ensure that they would be transferred in as well as a part of this.
Okay, so we do have up on the screen now, you'll see there's a G at the bottom if you wanted to cast your eyes over that. Councillor Price.
Just a couple of questions. Firstly, will there be a full map come on the paper that covers Bayview as well?
Through the chair, yes, we will look at getting a detailed map that highlights all of the assets in question.
Okay, thank you. And this other one, where we get a situation where it's the boundary with Hastings and the regional council involved, is it workable for where we take over a drain and it goes into Hastings area controlled by the regional council? How does that operate?
Yeah, through the chair, I could foresee that being part of the transitional arrangements into the new water organization if Hastings makes that decision. What I would see, the assets first have to transfer through the local authority, but then before that transfer into a regional organization, then it would become ownership under one entity. But I think up until that point, you'd be looking at a memorandum of understanding or some sort of legal agreement that there's a shared agreement to level of service and investment requirement. But that could just be one step before the ultimate transfer into a regional or the joint water organization.
Just further to that, with Dockland, does that have an effect? How do we control that?
Through the chair, I can't answer that at the moment, but we'll take that off and get an understanding. There is some other legal easement understanding that we need to work through, and that's a discrete package of work to understand the legal protections of all these assets as well. And I imagine land ownership and dock in question would be part of that work stream.
Thank you.
Councillor Crystal.
Just through the Mayor. I see in the financial that the annual operating expenditure is going to, the Regional Council collect a targeted stormwater rate, and they're going to keep collecting it and pass it on to NCC. But it's nowhere in there. Where does that fit into our, into our, what we're going to do? Is it in a...
Through the chair, I would anticipate that the rating requirement would change at the trigger of the asset transfer. So that ongoing is for that duration of while HBRC owns the asset and we're responsible for the management. Once the actual asset transfer occurs, then it would be part of NCC or the joint water organization to collect the rate for that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, just a question around the unfunded overheads. $650,000 will remain within the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. So my question is, how will that diminish over time, or will that be a continual burden on the rate as that's then collected and taken off, and then we get the residue? How does that work around the rates collection and disbursement back to us? What's the impact?
Through the chair, we haven't had that discussion yet. I guess that stranded overhead incident with HBRC at this stage would be HBRC's issue to address. But that would be considered in this next stage, I imagine, is because these numbers as well are based off of the previous work that was done. So through the finalization of the business case, we would be getting updated financials, but we can take that and look to see how that would be addressed.
Councillor Taylor.
Through you, Bishop. Under the issues in the paper, there are a number of basically unanswered questions, roles and responsibility. There is no contract or formal arrangement in place between the two councils regarding management. Accountability is not clear across the stormwater activity. How do you see those issues being resolved, and does Part G, the establishment of a joint governance panel, go some way to mitigating those issues?
Through the chair, some of those issues are actually more into relation to the status quo, I suppose, especially when you talk about the levels of service and the roles of responsibility. That's the issues we're facing through this joint ownership model, is that we don't have anything formally sitting there saying that if there's an event within an HBRC asset, is there a Napier resource that's meant to respond to it, especially at the pump station level, or is it HBRC responsibility to respond to it? So some of those issues are actually more around what's the issue with the status quo. And so moving forward with this piece of work to transfer the asset to one sole entity, you would imagine that those issues would be resolved because you have that direct accountability on one organization to set what the expectation is. Some of those other things around, I guess, the intent of G with that joint governance group would just be more as this project progresses, ensuring that there's oversight that those issues are being addressed through the process, and that before there's the asset transfer, perhaps it is you have key roles and responsibilities identified. At one of the workshops, it was brought up around emergency response, and so that could be one of the things that the governance group says we want to make sure that there's a robust emergency response plan in place for when these assets are transferred. So I think it's a combination of having good governance to ensure that you're addressing the issues, but the issues are there because of the current state.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Brosnan, did I see you with your hand raised?
Yes, I think my question is just in regards to G. Is the intention that we would delegate to the Mayor to appoint members to that?
Yes, so we will need to.
Yeah, could I suggest a small amendment to include that? Thank you.
Just add to G, delegate. What did we say on the previous one about delegating to me? Just delegate appointment of member to the Mayor.
Yeah, something along those lines.
We got that one.
Any further questions? Right. I have a mover. Thank you, Councillor Price, seconded by Councillor Mawson. Would you like to speak to that, Councillor Price?
Just briefly, it is a starting point to solving a problem that has been very obvious for several years. It's I liken it to having two key holders to a business. Quite often doesn't get locked up when you leave, and it gives one set of keys to one business, and the job should get done. I realise, and I think G is a good addition to this to these options, because it will thrash out getting the end product. But we're on our way to trying to sort out an issue, and it becomes very obvious when you go to Bayview, where there's drains owned by the City Council and drains owned by the Regional Council, and we all toss one to the other, and now we'll have ownership. So, as I say, it's a starting point, but we're moving in the right direction, and I'm fully in support of it.
Councillor Mawson.
Yeah, not much to add to that. I mean, essentially, we've all had stories, even our own stories, about, you know, ringing up and having issues with drains or so forth, and one saying, oh, no, it's the other one, and the other council saying, no, it's them. So, yeah, it's not only about the ownership, it's about clarity, and it's also making sure that you know, any complaints or concerns from our community don't fall through the cracks.
Any further speakers? Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, speaking in favour of the paper and the proposal, this is an issue that's gone back to, I think, the Onikawa floods in the mid-70s. Other events where the rural network and the urban interface of stormwater and drainage has an impact on our community. You know, it's the old adage, you can't manage what you can't or don't control. And this has been a perennial debate, I think, even around about the local government amalgamation times in 1989, as to who should control and manage the flood, the stormwater system in the Napier Basin. And this is a real step forward for us being able to implement a level of service on these drains, because we understand the impact and consequences, sadly, before we hand it over to a standalone water entity.
Thank you. We've had 3 speak in support of the motion. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against? Right, I will put that then. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you very much, Andrew and Russell. And I think, Russell, you're staying with us for the next agenda item.
Yes.
Hiratonga Water Storage Project Shareholder Committee participation.
No, thank you. Yeah, this report is on the back end of a workshop a joint workshop that you held with the Regional Council, just discussing the Hiratonga Water Storage Project. So the report is looking at Napier City's membership, but also looking at appointing representatives to a shareholder committee. The Regional Council rightly identify a conflict of them being both regulator and I guess an operator or a developer of this facility, and saw that potential conflict in the future. And they've asked this shareholder committee to be formed to then take over the responsibility of taking this project forward. And the project's main goal is to look at improving the resilience of the water aquifer that of the Hiratonga Plains. And I guess some of the issues or the perception, the risk issue that both the Regional Council has, I guess you could say that Napier could potentially have that as well, of both being a regulator and an operator on the committee. We are somewhat, I guess, with where the regional water work is developing, there'll be a greater degree of separation from that perception. So I see it as a very small risk in that regard. Some of the direct benefits of being involved will be through our modelling of our bore fields over the recent years has showed an indication where when we're looking to draw on our future demand for us as the city grows, there's a potential impact that's been modelled in some of the streams around the region, and so the need to offset that impact for future resource consents would need to be looked at when we reach that capacity. And I guess this water storage would actually offset that future impact. So there's an advantage there for being involved. There's also indirect benefits where members of our community who aren't connected to our system but are also drawing from the same aquifer as well, which, it's just helping provide that resilience to those businesses that are drawing from the aquifer for their operations. So I'm happy to take the report as read, and if there's any questions.
Thank you, Russell. Councillor Gregg.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Just a question about the feasibility study. Has one been carried out for the water storage project?
Yes, I believe there has been the Regional Council has done a high-level feasibility study. I think there's still more work to be done in terms of, I guess, getting the project developed further, but I think there's that's part of the stakeholder committee's, I guess, work plan or how they might guide staff or the technical group to move forward.
And just further to that, have we actually seen that feasibility study as councillors? I don't recall.
As staff, I don't think we have had presentation from the project team running the group, so it's more of a presentation of what they've found. We haven't received the feasibility report itself, no.
Councillor Bogue.
Yes, well, thank you, Russell. Now, I don't want to use a swear word, but is this a dam we're talking about?
Councillor Lloyd, yes, I believe it is. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
No worries.
Councillor Simpson. Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify the governance arrangements. The shareholder committee, 2 times representatives from each water user stakeholder group, Napier and Hastings. So I'm just trying to relate the shareholding to the committee.
Yes.
So Napier and Hastings. So Napier and Hastings are both putting 2 candidates together. So is that 4 from local government?
I believe so, yes.
And then 2 from Mana Whenua?
Yes.
And then 2 from the legal entity?
Just excuse me.
There's one from each.
It's not specified in the Regional Council's report.
It's okay. We can.
I can quantify that. Yeah.
If we can. It just the numbers didn't add up, and then it appeared that our shareholding, joint with Hastings, gave us a disproportionate set of membership around the table. And I just wanted to clarify whether I'd misinterpreted the report.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
I'll look to clarify that.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Brosnan.
Thank you very much. Russell, do we have any dam expertise on staff?
No, we would typically, we don't have any staff members with that skill set, no. We would procure that through our consultant panels.
Thank you. And could you quantify the cost for me in terms of any projected expenditure around the expertise you've just mentioned that our shareholders may want to take separate from the entity themselves? So I assume they'll look to our internal staff to provide them that guidance. And also what sort of time commitment you would expect your team needs to put into something like this to support the governors?
Yeah. No, there's no required officer involvement from Napier City through the project. It's just looking at the shareholding committee, so it'd be the 2 elected members' time for this, and there might be some administration support from staff possibly. But in terms of that technical response, there's no requirement there. We haven't seen a projected budget for this piece of work. I suspect that'll be part of the work that needs to be developed with the stakeholder committee and the technical advisory group.
Thank you.
So just to tease that out a little further then, Russell, so the technical expertise and officer time will be provided by Regional Council and funded by Regional Council?
Through the chair, no, I think the intent is that there's going to be a company established to direct this work. HBRC has, I believe, a little over 2.5 of committed funding for this, but what they're looking to do is establish an independent company to drive the work into this next feasibility stage. They've done the pre-feasibility work, which is really identifying fatal flaws, big consenting risks, landowner issues, and none of that was identified, or there was no heightened risk. So now they're moving into this actual feasibility of looking at ground investigations, further consenting matters. But to take away that conflict, they're looking to set up the independent company to drive the project. So IP will be released to the independent company. What they're wanting is for Napier City Council to become a shareholder of that company. HBRC would release the funding to the company, so then the company would have the funds needed to invest in the required expertise.
Thank you, that's what I was trying to ascertain. Regional council are funding this, there is no expectation for us to contribute any funding. Thank you. Councillor McGrath.
Through you, Madam Mayor. And if things go sour, as shareholders, do we then become liable for any debt that's occurred if something goes wrong? As in, like, I guess the last dam, I think was what, 27 million cost? If we're a shareholder of 33% worth Hastings, do we then become liable for that?
Through the chair, I imagine you'd have to approve the debt first. So then there would be a big, you'd have to go through that financial exercise of, are you willing to take on the debt, or are you going to accept that risk? So before you took on any debt, I'd imagine shareholders would be approving that before you were becoming responsible for it.
Further questions? Councillor Price.
One point we can pull out at any time, can't we? That was...
Through the chair, that's my understanding. Unfortunately, this paper again went yesterday to HBRC, so I'm not fully familiar with it. But my understanding is that there's a pretty generic exit clause.
Yeah.
Councillor Mawson.
Yeah, just on the back of Councillor Gregg's question about feasibility and stuff. I mean, as a council, this was last term, there was lots of talk about the age of the water in the aquifer. And I remember with the chlorination of the water and stuff, the age of the aquifer and the draw, that it was getting less and less. Do you have an updated age or anything of...
Sorry, point of order, Councillor Mawson. That's outside of the scope of the paper we're discussing.
No, that's okay.
Yep. Any further questions? Yes, I'm going to flip the earlier comments, Russell, that you made around the benefits to us being part of this company is around that future modelling shows we may have a need to actually draw on this water that's being stored in this new dam. Do you see there as being any significant risks to us being part of this new entity?
Other than what the members have already raised, no, I don't think so. I think there's, with the regional water entity, you could argue that the need for the storage would sit with the entity itself because it's running the water operation. So, that you could then sort of argue that why does Napier need to be involved and why not the entity run with the stakeholder committee. But until that entity, I guess, is formed, I guess, how do we manage that until it becomes sort of into that operational space? So that may be a milestone that you may look for Napier in itself to look to withdraw or reconsider, I guess, membership for looking at the water organisation itself. But in terms of risks, I don't see a lot of major risks at the moment. But
thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Simpson and Councillor Crystal.
Yeah, just to follow that line of inquiry, have they stated the primary purpose of the company in the dam?
Yes, through the chair. Primary purpose of the company is identified as an alternative delivery vehicle for the project, essentially. So it's having an independent company drive the project forward with key stakeholders and partners involved. To the second point, the key purpose of the reservoir dam is for slow regeneration of the aquifer through steady release into the contributing streams. So the aquifer, the reservoir or dam is not intended that you draw from that to feed the supply. It's for having that continual feed of the rivers that recharge the aquifer, mainly the Ngāraroto.
Yeah, and while that is the priority, recharging the aquifer, that's how our community benefits because we draw our water from that aquifer.
Yes, through the chair.
And by being shareholders of the company, we provide security for our future water supplies.
Yeah.
Councillor Crystal.
Through the Mayor, and that's exactly where I was heading about that. There is a risk in this recharging of the aquifer that where the water's released doesn't actually recharge the aquifer but that Napier draws from because they don't actually know yet.
Through the chair, I imagine that would be work being done through the feasibility stage of,
Yeah.
the modeling of the aquifer recharge and.
Yes, I did ask that question when we had the workshop because, it is a bit of a guesswork because we don't know, so many levels of the aquifer that we are drawing our water from. We don't actually know really that it is going to recharge where we're our bit. So,
And I guess further to that point, at this stage, as we move into the more detailed feasibility, it's probably in our best interests to be involved and knowing that we can withdraw if it's established that we don't actually have any real benefit from it. We review that decision in the future.
Point of order,
and
Madam
through the
Mayor, are
chair.
you entering debate with your view?
Just providing a comment. Any further questions? No? Okay, do I have, or any general discussion, or I'll ask for a mover. Mover was Councillor Crown, was that why you were putting your hand up? Excellent. Seconder, Councillor Simpson, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just briefly, I think the conversation has touched on all the key points, and the main point to me is the point that was made by Councillor Crystal and probably supported by Councillor Simpson around making sure that if we're going to be on something, that we are going to get it right for our ratepayers. And so I actually think that that gives a really key focus to the representatives that we're looking to appoint to the committee. I'm a big believer in that if you're not at the table, then you are on the menu. So why wouldn't we?
Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, I think it is that point of being at the table. I think the Regional Council have done a lot of research and study into the aquifer and what recharges it and where that recharge goes, and that's how we know the age of the water because they have that biological understanding of the water networks. So I think, yes, it is an opportunity for us to be at the table. My questions primarily related to the fact that how does this company generate an income to support itself if it's incurring debt? And that's why it's really important that we understand what the priorities of the company are.
Thank you. Councillor Gregg.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, I'd like to speak against. I'm sceptical about this. Without seeing the feasibility study with how the dam would actually work and projected costs, I would feel uncomfortable about Napier City Council being part of it.
Any further speakers? Deputy Mayor Brosnan.
Speaking not to influence the decision, just to state my position, I have no issue with the project on the face of it. I struggle with how this is our kaupapa, and I think those benefits that were discussed to me is a really long bow, and I'm not convinced. So the drawdown effects, the effects on surface water bodies, there are a range of other ways to manage that, as there is a range of other ways to get involved in the management of demand. So we have no expertise on our staff, so we have no independent support to the elected members who are sitting on this. All of the support is coming from the self-declared conflicted party. And I think the risk is that we appear like a driver, and I politically am uncomfortable with that. There's little to no impact on our ratepayers from this. It's our primary industry and sector that are most affected, and I believe they are rightfully the ones placed, potentially with a rural council, to work on the feasibility. I'm okay with a watching brief, but I'm uncomfortable with the shareholding, I'm uncomfortable with the structure, and I'm uncomfortable with appearing like a driver. I'm also uncomfortable with our ability to have support. So I'm a no. Could join at any stage in future if the benefit is clearer, and sure, we may be a customer one day if that is proven, but we're certainly not a driver in my view. Kia ora.
Thank you. Any further speakers? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
And against, perhaps a show of hands. Councillor McGrath, Councillor Gregg and Deputy Brosnan. Carried. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Russell. Agenda item 10, Civic Precinct Progress Report. And welcome to Darren.
Thanks.
A little bit more entertaining.
Kia ora, councillors. I'm here to give an update on the Civic Precinct since tender award on the 24th of April. It's been a wee while since I had a chance to catch up with you about what's been happening on site. Before I do that, I thought it would be worth going over what this project entails, what actually is within our scope of works. This is a $110 million project. That is a budget ceiling and not a target. What makes up that $110 million is $2.2 million that we've already spent to demolish the Civic building. There is around $750,000 spent to date on the enabling works demolition on the Library Tower, with about $750,000 still to be spent to remove the precast panels on site. There is essentially 4 construction projects going on. There's the public realm, which is improving 10,500 square metres of site, improving the water infrastructure, roading, parking, and general planting in that area. There is the construction of the tower building, out of the ground, but the re-establishment of that, which is roughly 27 million. In that 27 million is about 1.75 million worth of earthquake strengthening required. There's then about 4.6 million to be spent in the refurbishment of the office spaces and ground floor spaces within that building. The library building, which has been known as Tiaka, which is roughly 30.1 million, and that includes all the internal fit out of that particular building. And then there's the council chambers, which is around 6 million. So that's a bespoke space that allows meetings like this to occur, but also can be used for community gatherings, events, and bookings. I think it's worth going through that again because I've done in the last 6-7 weeks many community group meetings. Been to quite a few things like Grey Power, I've been to the Disability Action Group, and lots of people have asked around the breakdown of what this project is, so I thought that was quite useful to go through that. Since the tender on the 24th of April being approved, we also now have all of our building consents to enable us construction at this stage. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Napier City Council's building team and the engineering approval team. It's quite a challenge, a project of this size and complexity, to get through the consenting process, and they've been fantastic at doing so. And there's also more eyes watching. When you're the consenting authority and also the project lead on something like this, you have to make sure that they dot their I's and cross their T's. So I'm grateful for all that work being done in a way that we can carry on and deliver the project. So that has been an excellent move for us. On the 19th of June, we had the laying of the Maury stones and the blessing on site and the welcoming of MC Olstead into our kaupapa, into our project whānau. That was an excellent event. Apparently, there's some myths and legends around the cost of that particular activity as well. I had heard some rumours that that cost $20,000. There was no cost to ratepayers for that particular event. That was part of the P&G specs from the contractor as part of their agreements to do this project. But that blessing went well. At that blessing, our Mana Whenua partners have offered us a gifting of a name for the precinct under Te Keti. That comes with an opportunity for the project around naming of things and activities within the site. I would like, as a project, to take our time around how we use that opportunity, and I will come back to council with a process around that. There's also the question around wayfinding and branding that a name like Te Keti brings and the opportunity that has. So I think we need to make sure that that's well thought out and presented to elected members in a way that they can deliver on. As for general activities, site establishment has occurred. Most of the traffic management is now in place, just a Hastings Street corner that needs to be completed, and my understanding that happens at the end of this week. We now have a 100-ton crane on site, so there was about 2 weeks worth of land works that were required to create a platform for that 100-ton crane. That crane will now work on the removal of the precast concrete panels of the old library building to lighten that building. And every day that you do any work to that building, it goes up in strength. It currently is now sitting at around 47% of new building standards by the lightening of the load of that building, and it will be continued to be strengthened. We've seen 2 of the London plane trees removed on the corner of Station and Dalton Street. That was done with reasonably quickly and without much distribution. There was a couple of urban myths around that as well about us not giving out wood to our pensioners. As you can understand, that wood was wet and green and was of no use to firewood. That was mulched on site and taken away by the contractor as per the agreement. Next things that are happening on site, in about a week's time, we will start the digging of the foundations for the library building. That's major excavation work. We're going down about 1.5 metres in depth to begin those foundations. There are bits of work that we're currently going through is the procurement of all the long-term lead time work. So the glass for the facade, the mechanics of the facade are now ordered. The mechanical works for the 3 buildings are now under order as well, because these things can take a while to get there. The next major package of procurement will be the mass timber, as we see that coming on site early next year. So that's the kind of gist of where we got to with the project in the last kind of 6 weeks. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Darren. Open for questions. Deputy Mayor Brosnan.
Thank you, Darren. Are you able just to comment on the use of local contractors? That's been something that's had a little bit of attention as well, and in particular the opportunities for involving local contractors in the next phase, so the fit-out phase after construction as well would be helpful.
Yep, so the target that the tenderer of MCLstead has set is 87% use of local trades and contractors on this. So it's part of the procurement of any trades that they are looking to achieve that as much as possible. So an example of that is they've used a small plumbing firm on site for the establishment of the site sheds. As an example, instead of using the usual suspects, they've opened it up as an unbundled procurement piece for local contractors to do. This is also including the landscaping work. They've unbundled some of that, again, to allow for smaller local businesses to go for that work in tendering.
Thank you. And that long-term contractor involvement locally in fit-out?
Of the tower building?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, so there's potential around as we went out and met with Woolworks around using wool product and making sure that that can happen in a sustainable way as well on site. So we visited them to see what they can do. They're essentially a processing plant. About 75% of all wool in New Zealand goes through their hands. And they also make waste products that are really useful to a build like this. That includes insulation in walls. That also includes mulch and also things like weed matting. But there's also an opportunity around tracing product from sheep essentially to carpet. So in the more high premium spaces, we can look at identifying particular growers, I suppose, around the tracing of their product right up to the manufacturing in New Zealand and then placement on site. That's also around things like acoustic panelling. In the last 20, 30 years, that's been mainly Ortex panelling. That's an artificial product. But the wool industry has caught up a little bit now to allow for a B-certified, fully organic, fully environmentally friendly acoustic panelling. So we'll look to use that as well.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Simpson, then Councillor Green.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your report. It's good to see that the milestones are all on track, even the futuristic ones. Obviously, with any large contract like this, there are progress payments. So have the progress payments been made and are they on budget?
First progress payment was made. Yes, it was on budget. That was essentially for the site establishment.
Thank you.
Councillor Green.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Darren. Just a quick question about on-site hazards. Has there been any issue with dust and how's it been managed?
Not hugely. We did have one of our neighbours suggest that they would like their building washed regularly from dust from the site, so we're working through with them at the moment. But dust is not one of the major hazards that we're foreseeing at the moment. Mostly that gets whipped up when we get a bit of westerly wind. Usually is when the site is at most risk for that. But they have been using hosing for the demolition of the old lift shaft this week to make sure the dust control measures are in place.
Tariha.
Can I just add to that? Last Friday, I had a site induction and I was able to attend the toolbox meeting with the contractors, and they've had one near miss where someone from the public entered the site. They didn't know it was a construction site, but they followed a truck going in. But just hearing the kōrero during the toolbox meeting, I've seen a lot of health and safety processes, but they're quite. It was good to see the processes, and as well as the cultural involvement or the involvement with mana whenua. So we're going to have a cultural induction to the crew. It was supposed to be tomorrow, but contractors couldn't make it, so we're looking at a time next week. And yeah, to my understanding, they were going to start works on Monday.
Councillor Tariha. Councillor Price.
I know it's only been going a short time, but is there any of the contingency been identified as having to be used yet?
Not as of yet. We are doing some exploration around the sewage piping that's running along from Hastings to Dalton Street. So I've got CCTV footage, which we would need to do anyway. There was some prior damage a few years back, so we just need to check what that looks like. So that would be something that would come out of contingency if required.
Thank you.
Further questions? Could I have a mover and seconder? Thank you, Councillor Tariha and Councillor Crystal. Any further comments?
Nothing further from me, thanks.
Oh, thanks, Darren. It's great to see this progress, and it was very exciting to see a crane in Napier. We were trying to work out the last time. I think it might be Scenic Circle build that a crane was on site in Napier. So really looking forward to the employment that's going to come out of this for our community, because they're hurting at the moment, and I think it's going to make a big difference. So thank you.
Further speakers. Deputy Mayor Brosnan.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just make a comment around the long-term cost benefits of this project. So as you all know, around this table, we've done a range of business cases and exploration analysis into, is this good spend for our ratepayers? And we know that over the lifetime of the project, we're saving, over $10 million in owning our own assets rather than renting, and delivering the core services of library and of civic administration in-house, and of bringing people back together and back into a part of town that they overwhelmingly supported, they wanted to be in community consultation. So for me, this is a win in lots of different areas. I know that our community is hurting. Costs and the costs that council spend, especially on intergenerational projects like this, always sound big if you're comparing to a household budget. However, I just want to provide that certainty to ratepayers that when you look at the cost breakdown, and I encourage everyone to do that, this is a very prudent spend of money, and it is well locked into a construction market at a good time where we are getting great value for money. And in the long term, which we are charged with doing on your behalf, thinking the long term, it saves this community money. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We've had 3 speakers in support. Would anyone like to speak against receiving the report? No, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Excellent. Thanks very much, Darren. Right, Citizens Assembly 2025 remit and council commitment. I know we've got Julia and Jess, and we also have Henry. Is Henry joining us at the front? Henry from Focal. Great. Welcome. Fire away.
Kia ora koutou. We're bringing to you the, excuse me. We're bringing to you the Citizens Assembly. We have discussed this with you before, and we're specifically asking for your thoughts on the 2 guardrails that really hold the Citizens Assembly. Julia is here with me, our Communications and Marketing Manager, and Dr. Henry Lyons from Focal, who's one of the consultants that is working with us on the Citizens Assembly.
Oh, yes, we do.
Julia is going to press the buttons. So just to take us back before we walk forward, this is the Citizens Assembly is a piece of deliberative democracy work that we are doing in Napier. It's the first time that Napier has done one of these. There's probably about 6 to 8 around the country, and certainly around the world, Citizens Assemblies are being used more and more as a way to ensure that we have really quality community engagement alongside some of our quantitative measures like surveys and poles. This really supports our submissions process rather than replacing any of the community engagement methods that we're currently using. It's 40 randomly selected residents, and at the moment we are going very broadly to find as many people as possible who want to put their hands up and apply to be in the Citizens' Assembly. I think this morning the figure we had was 308. Which is a great achievement to get to, but we have far greater goals than that, so we are watching it every day. The time commitment for the Assembly itself will begin at the beginning of September with an orientation evening, but we'll go through 4 Saturdays, beginning on the 13th of September right through to the 4th of October, and over those 4 sessions, they're full-day sessions, the Assembly will be asked to interrogate a very a specific question, but quite a broad remit, which is one of the things that we're bringing to you today. It's an opportunity for them in the first session to hear from subject matter experts on that remit, and over the 4 sessions come to a place where they're making recommendations that will go to the council. And it's what happens with those recommendations that's really the second thing that we're going to talk with you today. Very important job. So one of the questions we are asked on a daily basis is why we're holding a Citizens' Assembly and why we're doing it now. And really this is part of our pre-engagement for the long-term plan that we'll kick off with next year. And even though we are all acutely aware of the fact we're going through an election period at the moment, we still do need to keep going with the work of council, and our community engagement and our robust conversations with community are an essential part of that. A Citizens' Assembly is really, if we look at an international landscape of community engagement, Citizens' Assemblies are where we are going, with deliberative democracy being a much richer form of having conversations. We do need to begin this kind of community engagement that has a lot more substance to it than what we've been doing in the past, although it is a combination of both. So throughout this process, we've talked about these 2 guardrails, and the first is the question, the remit. The second is the promise. So with the question, we have this wonderful technical advisory group that have been meeting and have really been, they have a stewardship role with the Citizens' Assembly, and they have helped us form this question. The remit itself has come from conversations with elected members and with our senior leadership team. The refining of the question has been helped by the design group, and the design group is made up of elected members, some officers, members of groups like our Multicultural Association and our Disability Advisory Group, our Youth Council, and has other people sitting on it who really bring weight to the decisions that we are making as officers. You could just skip. So the question as it sits at the moment has got 2 parts, and throughout the writing of this question, we really looked at how we could ensure that there's a broad question, that there's enough for the Citizens' Assembly to really get their teeth into. We don't want to have 40 people over 4 Saturdays having just a thin remit. It really does need to have enough substance so that they're truly contributing to the future of Napier, and not in a thin way. But it needs to be something where they can go from cold to really making thought out recommendations to the council. And so where we've landed with that is what type of aquatic facility and at which of 2 locations would best meet the needs, values and priorities of the Napier community. So very early on, the Napier Aquatic Centre was seen as the perfect fit in terms of a remit. We have just been through 18 months of refurbishment of the aquatic centre, but really throughout that we've been very clear that that is giving us 8 to 10 years more life in the aquatic centre. And so the conversations around what we do with that facility need to begin next year in order for them to be in the long-term plan or not. We really need to have a new pool, probably in 6.5 to 8 years, from what we've already talked to our community about. We need to make sure that the facility is something that meets the needs of the future Napier, but not the future of a generation, the future of just 10 years. The reason it says 2 locations is because the conversation up until now has focused on 2 locations, Prebinson Drive and Onikawa. I think I've spoken to most of that. The second guardrail is the promise to the people, and that is kind of shorthand for this public commitment that we're asking today for you to make to the people. And it really is around what will you do with these recommendations that the Assembly brings to you. And we've been presumptuous enough to suggest some elements that may be in that promise. And what we've done to get to that point is we've worked with Focal and with other consultants who have done a lot of deliberative democracy, and we've looked at promises that have been made around the world to honour the recommendations that come to a council. We will present those elements of a promise to you soon, but really what the promise does is it not just says what we'll do with these recommendations from this Assembly, it also gives legitimacy to the project, to the process, and it provides some transparency. So really early, the full community, the full public, understand what your intention is with those recommendations. And by building that trust and having that legitimacy, it really puts us on firm foundations to explore these kinds of deliberative democracy opportunities in the future. So that we can use the Citizens' Assembly to say to our public, this is the weight that we will give to these types of methods of community engagement. So in our analysis of what makes a good public commitment, they all have these kind of building blocks. Good public promises have real actions in them, and they have also the processes that will ensure that those actions happen. They generally have a time frame, which is a sensible way of making sure that things happen when they were going to happen. And they also talk about the mechanisms through which those actions will happen. So there's quite a lot of building blocks in a good promise. They're multi-layered, they're process-driven, they've got actions in them. So this is what we're bringing to you today, 6 elements that we believe from the research that we've done give real weight to the recommendations. And we're asking that you interrogate these elements and give us a guide on how comfortable you are with this being our public commitment to our Citizens' Assembly. So really that's what I'm bringing, the 2 guardrails. First, how you feel about that question that the design group have helped us with, and then second, how you would like to make your commitment to the recommendations of the Citizens' Assembly.
Thank you very much. And I guess just to talk to the fact that we did have the workshop two days ago, and so obviously with the timing of this following so quickly, some of the guidance that we provided in that workshop hasn't had an opportunity to flow through to the paper that you're presenting to us today. So I guess opening up for questions, but also opening up for us to sort of just talk through some of the discussion and guidance we had in the workshop, which there were some changes made to the question, and I would invite you to speak to that now if you would like to. I know there has been some rewording, so we can sort of put that on the table to have as part of the debate now.
the screen. So when we prepared the paper, the question was up on the screen as it is there from the design group. In conversation with the council through the workshop process, we are suggesting a change, and it's a two-stage change. One is to remove the word "to" in at which of two locations. We feel confident that we can broaden the options of locations, but we can also ensure that what comes first is the Assembly identifying criteria of suitable locations. So the second change we want to suggest is that we lift locations and put it into the second part of the question. So it's been proposed that the question is slightly rewritten to reflect those two changes, so that it would read, what type of aquatic facility would best meet the needs, values and priorities of the Napier community, and where should it be located? The change of hierarchy really reflects the fact that the number one need that we have from the Citizens' Assembly is to identify what kind of facility Napier needs in the future, and then secondly, where it should be.
Great, thank you. That's a really useful summary of sort of the discussion at our workshop. And I guess in terms of the promise, which we did also discuss in the workshop, but yeah, no changes to what you've included in the paper. So I will open up to councillors for any questions that you might have. No? And I guess well traversed during the workshop, so not surprised that there aren't any major questions today. We'll open up for just some general discussion though before I ask for a mover and seconder. Councillor Gregg.
Oh yes, thank you through the mayor. Just a quick compliment to the graphic design. It's very eye-catching and it's got out there. It's a real buzz, and at least 3 people have said to me that they've signed up.
Good to hear.
Anything further? Okay. I'm happy to move from the chair if I could. Thank you, Councillor Crown, for seconding. And look, yes, this is really exciting. I mean, I know it's exciting for me. This is something that we have been keen to try. We're always looking for new ways to engage with our community, and I think that this is something that we're being quite courageous, and we need to celebrate that. And it's really exciting that we've already had over 300 people sign up, with still, a couple of weeks to go for that initial application period. I do want to acknowledge John Wise, no relation of mine, who came to us during our significance and engagement policy consultation, talking to us about deliberative democracy and citizens' assembly, which was part of the decision making for us to actually give this a go. Also, in terms of the question and the fact that we have slightly tweaked that, we did have a really robust discussion in our workshop where we identified that potentially the 2 previous locations which we consulted on with our community may no longer be the only locations we should be considering. The aquatic landscape within Hawke's Bay has changed significantly in recent years with the addition of the regional sports park and other changes both here in Ahuriri and also in Hiratonga, which may well impact quite significantly what our final design looks like. So that in turn might impact the amount of land we need. So I think that has been a really sensible change in terms of providing an opportunity to consider some other locations as well. And I know that we will also work hard to ensure it doesn't become something too all and sundry. Yeah, contemplating dozens and dozens of sites, but that is something we'll navigate through the process. So, well done to our design team, and thank you to the design team that's been involved to date. I'm looking forward to finding out who our participants are when we move into that phase. and just really, really happy to support the resolutions before us today. So, Councillor Crown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Agree with everything that you've said. I think the biggest shift with this approach is that we're actually depoliticising a topic which I think, had a lot of political firepower associated with it in the past, and I think we should certainly acknowledge that. Giving our citizens the opportunity to really lead in this way, it is a big deal. It actually says to them that we trust them. And I think when I reflect on my 2 terms at the table, our community's trust of us is probably our biggest challenge in the work that we do. So this is us saying, hey, we trust you. And I'm really looking forward to receiving the recommendations and hearing about the process from their perspective in regards to how they find the process of being presented with information, with considering competing priorities, with taking on everyone's opinions around them and trying to feed that through and tease that out into something that is useful and that it provides direction and, will form the basis of future decisions. So, I think this is a fantastic milestone. I've really enjoyed working with the design group. They're a great group of people. Everyone's contributed. I think everyone around the table has contributed really well also. I think the timing's right, and just really looking forward to hopefully having a great example of how we can use deliberative democracy in the future as well.
Any further speakers? Can we just double check what you've got recorded in the resolution as the question? We'll just make sure we've definitely got the wording of that correct. So what type of aquatic facility would best meet the needs, values and priorities of the Napier community, and where should it be located? Excellent. So there being no further speakers, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Well done. Thank you, team. Excellent. Next up, agenda item 12, NCC Investment Portfolio and Ahuriri Investment Management Limited Establishment. And we have Emma and Jess and a resolution with A to O.
We'll try and make it painless.
So I know Emma and Jess and Mark are going to step us through it in a logical, concise, easy to understand way. And I believe we actually, before we kick off into talking to the paper, we're going to play the video. Yes, so this is, Yep.
Ahuriri Investment Management, or AIM as we call it, came about because we really had a focus on trying to keep rates affordable for our community. And one way to do that is to reduce costs, but the other way to do that is find other streams of revenue and make sure our assets are working hard for us so that we can generate revenue and use that money to pay for projects instead of having to charge more rates.
So there's lots of benefits to having a CCTO manage council's commercial assets, and one of the main reasons is having that commercial and investment expertise around the board table in terms of its decision making around what to do with the assets, and we just don't have that dedicated expertise and focus internally in-house, and our council staff are focused on delivering core services, so having a specific focus on these investment assets will be a really good thing. Council will have the opportunity to set lots of the strategic direction and they can do that through the letter of expectations and a statement of intent that is reviewed annually. And also there's lots of guardrails that Council has in terms of policies and processes in place to kind of manage and make sure that they have oversight and input into that strategic direction.
We did consider leaving the management of the assets within the council itself, but decided that to have that really pure commercial focus, it made more sense to have an independent legal entity that could have an independent board who have got specialist skills, councillors have a set of skills, our staff have a set of skills that aren't necessarily what you need to have that purely commercial focus on maximising the revenue and the returns that we can get from these assets. That's what the CCTO can do.
Okay, so today's paper is really the conclusion of quite a significant body of work to establish a new commercially focused approach to managing council's investment assets. As signalled in the 3-year plan, we're now seeking final approvals to formally establish the NCC investment portfolio and to incorporate Ahuriri Investment Management Limited as council's CCTO. So the paper that we have here outlines the policy, legal and operational arrangements required to give effect to this direction. And subject to council approval, AIM will commence operations from the 1st of August. So as mentioned, it's a fairly comprehensive paper and set of documents attached. We've got Mark Goodson from Willis Legal here with us to answer any legal curly questions. But Emma is going to talk us through the paper sort of piece by piece, and we can stop and take questions after we've been through each section, which might be the best way to manage getting through it all.
Thank you. I'd also like to acknowledge that online we have Scott Hamilton, who has been on this journey with you from the beginning and may be able to answer any questions if we need, and we've got several other officers because while I'm here presenting, it is a body of work that's come together from quite a large team. While the document is quite long and it might look quite complex, what we're trying to achieve in essence is council retaining ownership of the assets and appointing AIM as the investment manager, giving really clear guardrails around that and making sure that council has all the right protections in place, but also making sure that we enable AIM to operate independently and commercially, making sure that AIM is really clear that it's there to provide the strategic direction and the deeper commercial focus to really get enhanced performance from these assets. Where the arrangements put in place really clear annual planning and reporting processes to keep council and AIM aligned, and there's some really clear expectations around that. AIM will take over not only the strategic direction but also the day-to-day management of the assets, but there is an ongoing role for council's operational teams to support that, so we've traversed that through these documents. There's an expectation that the investment portfolio will pay an annual return to council, and we need to have the right delegations and financial arrangements in place to make all of that come to bear. So while I step through the documents, that's in essence what this whole set of documents is kind of knitting together to achieve. As I've mentioned, a range of officers have been involved. This isn't, and there's been lots and lots of eyes on the documents, and we've had Willis Legal supporting us with the legal drafting of the more technical legal documents as well. And we've had Bruce Robertson as the Chair of Audit and Risk have a review, and he provided some really helpful input, but broadly was really happy with where we were. I think it's also really important to note that we've done our best to foreshadow what this arrangement will look like and how the operating model will land. But as we step forward into tomorrow and the year and two beyond, we may need to come back and refine some of the documents. So what we're deciding today, whilst is really critical and important, can be changed if we haven't quite got it right. I'd also just note, and because, you know, a paper from A to O isn't quite enough, we have picked up, so Willis Legal have done a final review and identified a few numbering issues, and in particular the statement of expectations has a few grammatical errors and things, so we would like to add a further resolution that council approve officers to make any non-substantive amendments required to prepare the documents ahead of signing, just to kind of make sure that we can not lock ourselves in. So with that kind of as a scene set, the intent is that we go through each document one by one. We navigate the resolutions related to that document so that that's okay. So the first one is the Constitution. This is a core governing document that creates AIM as a company and sets out the rules for how AIM is to operate as an entity. Constitutions generally are pretty standard and templated, but as a shareholder, the shareholder of the company can make some kind of tweaks and amendments to what is pretty standard. So the paper highlights some of the things that are really unique and important for council to understand. Specifically, I'll highlight that we've got an exception in there that allows temporary divergence to the structure and numbers of the board, and that helps us navigate the transition through triennial elections if we were to lose an elected member director and need some time to appoint it and things like that. We've also foreshadowed a potential scenario where there may be an elected member director who for a period of time may be acting mayor, and we need to just make sure we don't get ourselves in hot water in that space. The quorum is a majority, and where there are elected member directors, one of them must be in the decision in the quorum to try and keep council voice at the table, and there are no casting votes. So those are some of the really key components. The 4 resolutions we're seeking around this is approval for the draft constitution, approval to delegate to the chief executive to execute the document, and for officers to incorporate the company, which would occur tomorrow. And then we're just noting the previous resolutions that council has made around the structure of the board and the delay of the elected member directors until after the elections. So that's the first document. Any questions on that one?
No, pretty straightforward, thank you.
The second document in the paper is really just there to kind of make sure we've got a good record of what we've done. The appointments and remuneration policy, it's been previously traversed through council. No decisions are required, but it is referenced in a couple of the documents and forms part of the overall framework that we're working with. The next one is the investment policy. This is one of council's really critical guardrails. There's been quite a lot of change from what is currently the policy shown in the public arena to this version. This policy covers all council's investments, not just the NCC investment portfolio. So part of the change is to carve out those and create operative parts within the policy for both types of investments. We have not made any changes other than drafting to navigate pulling the NCC investment portfolio away. All other investment boundaries around other investment assets remain unchanged. So the structural changes are really focused in on the investment portfolio. It really, while there's quite a lot there, the content has come from the draft statement of expectations that council approved last December. So that sort of set out, and you approved that document, and that has fed into and drafted this document. We are making an important acknowledgement in there that by nature, investment values go up and down. And over time, our goal is to grow this portfolio overall, but there may be times where we have some performance where the portfolio's gone backwards, particularly if the portfolio shifted more into managed funds. And the statement of expectations that we cover later has an expectation that council and AIM will work together on how we communicate performance back into council and to the community, so that we're foreshadowing periods of potential negative performance and managing that well. So that's all I've really got on the main part of it. The other 2 key components in this part of the paper are around the debt. So council has previously approved a $30 million debt facility to be made for the completion of Parklands. And that debt is in line with what was in the 3-year plan, and the quantum has come about by forecasting what it will take to complete that development. Given that our objective is to support AIM to operate commercially, we recommending that council support broadening the scope of the use of that debt for other commercial opportunities and considerations. Any increase in debt would need to come back to council. The core control that council has around that is the expectation that AIM delivers the commercial performance objectives. But we also have set out, there's quite a lot of practical and operational controls that will allow officers to monitor the use of that facility. The second part is the opening statement. On the 12th of December, and then subsequently there was a follow-up paper on the 24th of April this year around the leasehold land. Through those two forums, council has made the decisions around what the opening portfolio is to be, but we needed a place to document and capture that and benchmark the value of that, which will be our baseline for performance measurement in the future. We've added to the investment policy an opening statement, and that just maps out and documents all those properties and assets that council has previously approved to go into the portfolio. We do not have the final values at this point in time because we're just finalising the final financial statements, and the finance team are doing a lot of work to ring fence the assets within the ledger, and that will also help us just pin down those final values. So that's the opening statement. So the paper includes 3 resolutions around that, which is approving the amendment, my page, approving the debt facility to have that extended scope, approving the investment policy and opening statement, and approving the deputy chief executive to complete the numbers in the opening statement once we have those finalised. Any comments on the investment policy or questions? The significance and engagement policy, again, no decision needed today. This has been updated following the consultation around the 2025-26 annual plan, and now includes the inflation-adjusted net value of the investment policy as a strategic asset. And that the significance and engagement policy is referenced quite heavily through all the other documents to ensure that AIM is well aware of its obligations around any strategic assets. The next one is the delegations to the Chief Executive. This document sets out the boundaries and delegations from Council to the Chief Executive. The current delegations include limits on transaction values and types of transactions that can be undertaken without coming back to the Council table. One of Council's objectives with setting up the CCTO is to enable AIM to operate at an arm's length and commercial basis, and the current delegation structures don't align with that objective. So we are recommending to Council, or we had a workshop on this a few weeks ago, and following on from that, we've kind of documented our recommendation, which we've set out in the paper, and tried to summarise the words in the policy into a table that helps make it a little bit more digestible. It's important to recognise that what we're doing through this is transferring the current governance arrangements from the Council table to the AIM board table. We're not putting the high transaction values down into officers or the operating team without that same level of governance and control. We're just transferring where that governance sits. We've also recommended that in terms of the financial transaction value of over $5 million, that the sub-delegation of that by the Chief Executive stops with the Deputy Chief Executive. That gives us flexibility internally to transact, but it also keeps some control in the right places. We also have a number of practical and operational controls in place to allow us to monitor the use of these delegations. So we are seeking approval through the resolutions for the delegations to be amended as they've been set out, and then following that, the approval of the new policy or the new document.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just a question on the delegations, the sub-delegations, so just to get it clear in my mind, relate to the delegated authorities we've already given officers within the council's policies. So therefore, any sub-delegation will only ever be to the level of delegation that already exists within council policy.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions on the delegations? Yep. The next policy is the disposal of surplus assets policy. This is an existing policy that officers internally had reviewed some time ago, and that the trigger of that review was the need to, there was some surplus technology equipment to be disposed of. So this is really, it's a funny one to have in this pack, but as reviewing it, we've worked through, the policy covers the sale of land assets. After quite some consideration, our recommendation is that we carve out the application of this policy to not apply to the NCC investment portfolio. We've got a lot of other policies and constraints. We've got the investment policy that talks about the sale of the assets within the NCC investment portfolio, and we don't want to overburden AIM with more policies than they need to reference and consider, and our view is we've got adequate controls everywhere else around the NCC investment portfolio. So we're recommending that to finish the work that was started internally by others, we approve this policy and improve, which includes a set of principles that have been added, and we approve the policy as drafted to carve out the NCC investment portfolio. Pause there. Be nearly lunchtime. The management services agreement is the legal contract that sits between AIM and council, and it's the legal contract by which council appoints AIM. It sets out council's expectations, and much of that is referenced through all the prior documents that we've discussed. It sets out the services AIM will provide, and it also sets out what support council will provide AIM to help make the arrangement work. It's a new agreement. As the operational model gets embedded, this is probably the one document that will be refined the most potentially. We have structured in annual reviews, but it also doesn't mean we can't review it sooner if we need to. So the two key resolutions related to this paper are that council approve the agreement and authorise the chief executive to sign that.
Councillor Crown.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for raising, this is my one thing about this document. So it is the review date.
Yep.
So at the moment we've got an A and B, it's pages 49 and 50. Are you saying that's an either or? So one is an annual, A is annual review, B is a biannual review from 2028. Just wondering about the rationale there.
I believe it is annual for the first 3 years and biannual thereafter. It was the intention.
So may I ask the rationale there?
Within 3 years, we should be bedded in and not need it to be as frequently reviewed.
I think, yes, I take on board what you're saying. I'm just concerned that at a foundational level, that where the message, I would feel more comfortable sending a message that we are reviewing this annually, especially knowing the, some of the areas of concern of our community. So I'm just flagging that.
There is still.
Yeah.
I was just going to say that there is still annual reporting requirements, half-yearly reporting requirements The statement of intent has to be updated annually. This review is over and above what is required legally. And the idea is exactly that it's quite a complex situation, this, in the sense that you wouldn't need this document if it weren't for the fact that the assets are remaining with council. And so, there'll be a few refinements that need to be made along the way. And I guess the idea is that without wanting to overcomplicate things or, put too much on this process, we think after 3 years we should have it fairly well refined, and that a biannual review after that will be all that's needed. But there's nothing to stop a review happening otherwise anyway. There is a lot in here about no surprises and the council working with the AIM board. So, there would be nothing, if something arose, there'd be nothing to stop that happening anyway.
Yeah.
You comfortable with it remaining as currently worded?
I'll wait and see how everyone else feels.
I am intending, once you get to the end of explaining these, I am intending to adjourn for lunch. I'm just really conscious. So we will, not ideal, stopping in the middle of a paper, but
all good.
So, yeah, and then we'll,
that's
after
fine.
lunch, we'll open up for the general discussion and adoption. So, yeah.
Okay. The last document, which is, I am noting there are some drafting errors in this one in particular that we've tidied up. This is the statement of expectations. It's been based off what council approved on the 12th of December last year, and it has guided much of the drafting that has come forward into all the other documents. And while there have been some edits from what was presented in December, it is by and large remaining aligned to that. It's really just keeping the language and pulling out of it some of the detail we no longer needed because we've embedded into other documents. A key step following approval would be the issuance of the statement of accepted expectations to the AIM board, and then we are seeking them to come back by the 1st of November with a draft statement of intent to inform council around how they will set out how they're going to meet council's expectations. So 2 resolutions related to that, which are approval of the document and then approval for the mayor to sign and provide that to the AIM board.
Any specific questions regarding the statement of expectation? So we will adjourn now until 2, and we'll see everybody back here then to finish debating this particular paper. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back, everybody, and we will now reconvene for our AIM paper. So we'd worked our way through the officer recommendations, and did you have any further comments that you would like to make, Emma, Mark or Jess, before I sort of open for... No? I think so. No. Okay, excellent. So I will open up to councillors if you do have any questions or any require any clarification or any general discussion, noting that this is quite a lengthy and detailed and complex set of reports and things in front of us and resolutions. So... Well, that's easy, isn't it? It is easy. Yes, and we're contending with the FOIA.
And Chad has just messaged to say he would like to join online.
And Chad would like to join online, so he will have the Zoom link to do that. So that is fine. Right. So if there's no further discussion, again, we'll move from the chair for this one. And again, look. I want to acknowledge the work that you've all done. Emma in particular, I know this has been a huge process to work through. A lot of legal documents to ensure that we've got them right to set us up for success. And I really appreciated the way you pulled the paper together to show the journey of how we've got to where we are now in terms of including the details around previous resolutions that have been made to make it really easy for all of the elected members to step their way through the paper, because there was a lot in there to absorb. And I think the fact that there hasn't been a lot of questions is a reflection of how well written the paper was. So we really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor.
So yes, I'm happy to move. And could I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Simpson. I think I've probably said enough, but again, just to say that it's really exciting that we're now moving forward. This is another significant gateway and milestone in terms of setting up our investment company. So looking forward to the next phase when the board is all in place, and then they really get stuck into all the hard work. So that's really exciting. So, Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, I'd just like to thank staff for their dedication and the level of detail I've gone through to prepare this report. I think one of the most important things for council is transparency, and I think there are some doubters in the community about us setting up an investment company. I think the transparency that staff have offered to our community through this level of documentation is quite profound, and it helps both the elected members and the community understand the steps we've gone through, the questions we've asked, the expectations that we are setting, and I think the transparency is excellent. So thank you very much for that. And again, it's simply that next step along the process of getting the investment company up and running. It's logical, it's sequential, everything's there that we need from making it the next move. So I'd just like to thank staff and offer the new directors, when they come on board, the opportunity to look after our investments well.
Thank you. Any further speakers to the motion? I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Yes.
Councillor McGrath against. And carried. Thanks, team.
Thank you.
Right, we're now on to the Annie Eadie show for the next the next several papers. So, welcome, Anna. First up, we have the action points register.
Yeah, where's your comment?
Was there anything that you wanted to speak to specifically with this, Anna?
No, thank you. It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Yeah, happy to take questions. So.
Yeah, I guess it is just whether there is any questions. And Thunis had given me a very quick update on the Holt Planetarium item prior to the meeting. So whether you just wanted to give everyone a quick update about that one, Thunis?
Hi, councillors. Yes, it's just that we will be having a meeting in 2 to 3 weeks' time with a small project team that we will invite Lynn Trafford to as well, just to start the discussion or start it up again with the Holt planetarium. So we will be keeping you up to date from then on.
Lovely. Thank you. Councillor Price.
Just one request that could you let Lynn know as soon as possible that's what's happening?
Definitely.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Brosnan.
Thank you, Thunis. Can I infer from that we won't meet the time frame of the 21 August People and Places meeting?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm just thinking, Your Worship, around what the, timeframes are put into resolutions so that we don't, so there's some accountability there. And I believe that timeframe was set off the back of the Planetarium Trust's timeframe themselves for being out of the building. So I'm just wondering, what's the commitment to a future timeframe if we're going to miss that one?
Through you, Madam Chair. It's not that we just don't want to do it or didn't want to do it. We have a few things that's happened in between from setting that until now, and we were thinking that we would have been further ahead with our renewal process or our staff structures, and because of that, we just don't have the staff available at this stage. So I'm putting together a group, basically half of a group that we will get together, and then in September we are planning to look at the new time frame, the updated time frame, plus how the reimagined facilities time frame needs to work together as well. And these guys from Holt, Lynn informed me that they've got basically a year, then they must be out of that facility. So it's not imminent that they have to move now.
Thank you, Mayor Wise. That is a slightly different time frame that you're reporting to what I think they came and presented us to. It was by the end of this year, I believe. They said they needed to be out of their facility, is my recollection. I could go back and check, but just highlighting my concern that if we don't have a fixed time frame, we can talk about these things for a long time.
And I guess in terms of providing an update after you have managed to get the group together to meet with Lynn and around confirmation of when they do need to be out of the current building, and then perhaps the project timeline with regards to how that's looking like it will progress would be helpful. Thank you. Any further questions from the action points register? So could I have a mover and seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Gregg and Councillor Mawson. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Amendment to the 2025 meeting schedule, again, very procedural, and just the one addition on there for the hearings committee.
That's right. Madam Mayor, we've been requested to hold a dog classification meeting, so that's all that one is.
Okay, excellent, thank you. No questions? Mover and seconder, please. Deputy Mayor Brosnan. Councillor Taylor, thank you. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against and carried. Official information requests, which are coming in thick and fast.
Yep, through the chair, a few of the requests you see before you have been completed since the publishing of the agenda, but that will be updated for you in your next agenda.
Thank you, Anna. And I guess, this, just looking at the length of this list at the moment, certainly highlights the resourcing that's required internally for us to be able to provide the information that our community is requesting. So, Councillor Bogue.
Yes, just to clarify, Anna, is it the case that once the election sort of kicks in, the election cycle, that questions from elected members will need to go through this Lagoima process?
That's sort of correct. So any requests by electoral candidates, be they current elected members or people that haven't yet been elected to council, if it's a request for information to support their campaign, then yes, it will go through a Lagoima process. And that's just so that we can ensure people get the information they need, but also so we can share the response to their questions with all candidates so everybody has access to the same information.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, could I have a mover and seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Crystal and Councillor Taylor, was that I saw? Thank you very much. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against and carried. Item 16 is the Local Government New Zealand 4-monthly report, which we will take as read, and obviously any questions need to be sent through to LGNZ, so let Anna know and she can coordinate that if that's required. And also Councillor Crown, were you going to give us just a brief sort of report on the local government annual conference from a couple of weeks ago?
Certainly, Madam Mayor. So, in the interest of keeping it brief, I think the biggest takeaway from the conference for me was certainly that change is constant in our sector at the moment. It came through loud and clear. Didn't matter which session you attended, because obviously there's multiple sessions going on at once as well. So just my top 5. First, in regards to change, and this is something that I think aligns really well with us. We often talk about, striving to achieve a culture of enablement and empowerment for our staff, and so that we get things done. Minister Chris Bishop, his version of that is a culture of yes. So that is something that is coming through loud and clear from central government as an expectation on us. I think that governance maturity was under the spotlight as well, in that same vein, talking about a focus on core services and the things that we've been discussing anyway, being able to demonstrate value and lead with professional accountability. Third, there were a number of sessions available for those who were interested around working with iwi, working with mana whenua, working with tangata whenua, and some of the legislative requirements around that, but also the widespread benefits that are felt by communities when you get it right. There was a particular recognition of the fact that iwi entities are really big businesses as well, and that there is a lot to be gained for our cities, for our regions, and working collaboratively. The fourth thing for me was around technology. It's sort of our untapped superpower at the moment. We heard from the CE of One New Zealand and also someone from Google, Natalie de Borzak, who challenged the sector to really start small but scale fast with their use of technology and AI tools in particular. Finally, the standout thing for me as well was around the work that the LGNZ committee have done around electoral reform. So we heard from Dr. Nick Smith, talking about the lower voter turnout and sort of the shrinking engagement that seems to be felt across the country, and really pushing for a modernised, accessible voting system and better candidate information so that we can rebuild connection and trust with our communities. Obviously, central government didn't take that into consideration when they've made their announcements this week around some of the changes they're looking forward to for general election, with changes to being able to special votes and registrations on the day. But for me, those were the standouts, and the best part of it all was being present to see Annette receive her award. So it was it was a really, really interesting time. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Crown, appreciate that. Can I have a mover and seconder for the paper, please? Councillor Price, thank you. Councillor Mawson, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against and carried. Then we have the summary of the Ngā Manukanuka o Te Iwi recommendations for ratification. I'll just run through. We had the papers and the recommendations from them with regards to the Waka Hub cultural narrative and mahi toi procurement, the introduction of Make the City Council's inaugural Citizens Assembly. There was a Three Waters project update and Te Wakarangapu update. Again, if there was any questions, we would need to coordinate those through. Anna, back to the respective officers. So
Just noting, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, that there is the request there in the first and second resolution for your endorsement in endorsing mana whenua that mana whenua representation and involvement is in the assemblies, the Citizen Assembly advisory and design process, and they've nominated a couple of people to be involved in those processes too, on the design group and in the assembly.
Yes, so they made those nominations. I don't believe that requires anything further from us, or do we?
Just that if
Just
you're
noting
happy
that
with that
thanks.
and endorsing that through your...
Thank you. Okay, if there's no questions or further discussion, mover and seconder, Councillor Crown, thank you. Councillor Price, thank you. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you, Anna. Thanks. Last on our open agenda, we have our reports under delegated authority, tenders let, of which there is none. That's nice and easy, but we will need a mover and seconder. Thank you, Councillor Gregg and Councillor Crystal. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against and carried. Now, can I have a mover and seconder to move into public excluded, please?
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
Yes?
Minor matters.
Oh, sorry, minor matter.
Minor matter.
Councillor Bogue.
Okay, thank you very much. Just by means of background on the homelessness issue, as we know, it's become a pressing issue nationwide with a range of reports indicating there's a significant increase in homelessness over the last year or so. Some say it's linked to the government's decision to stop people using motels. It's also the cost of living crisis, the general downturn affecting vulnerable communities disproportionately. So I just want to say that I'm very proud of Council's commitment to supporting the Ahu Mowai shelter, but as we know, that's not the whole problem solved. So what I'm asking is for our staff to provide us all with some basic information at a future meeting. So there's three things I'm seeking for them to do. One is to give us whatever recent figures and trends of homelessness in Napier. Now, I understand that our staff collect figures concerning the foreshore and tents and that sort of thing, but not those in the CBD. And I think WITS Outreach might have some figures as far as that's concerned, just to flesh it out, seeing it is quite an issue, those sleeping rough in the city centre. Secondly, what's happened to the regional homeless strategy, which we asked Council to progress last year or the year before. And finally, I'm curious to know how we as a council are responding to homeless whānau that are on the beaches and the bus stop, and how we're managing and supporting that whānau pūnamo. So that's my request for a future meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Bogue. If I could ask you to also put that in writing to send through to the governance team so that we have the details there around what it is that you're looking for, and then, yes, we can ensure that that is prepared and presented to us in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now can I have a mover and seconder? So it was Deputy Mayor Brosnan, seconded by Councillor Price. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against and carried. We'll just give a couple of moments